Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, August the 4th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. And let me see, can you guys see my screen and hear me? I don't see a couple of yeses. Thank you. Okay. All right, guys. Wow. Yeah. What a morning so far. So yeah, Hood. Now, I don't think I said it was likely. I think you're paraphrasing me. When we were looking at Hood yesterday, I said I could see it going to 50. So just to correct you just a little bit, I didn't say it was likely going to 50, but I can see it going to 50. Maybe that is just semantics. But yeah, I mean, what a move. So just to recap for everybody who may be new to the room and you weren't in the room yesterday or the day before, my big deal on Hood was, first, could it get back to its IPO price? Okay, the IPO price was 38, and 2 days before, it got all the way down to about 33. Yesterday, it got back up to the 38 price. That is what got me interested in a big way. And then my next level was taking out the first day's high of its IPO, which was just over 40. So, that is what got me really into the stock, okay? The initial 38, the 40. I did take some out here, on this little downturn. You never know because it could have just really collapsed. But this held here. And after hours, just at the end of the market, or right here, that looked really encouraging. So, of course, I decided to hold. And man, what a pop. Over 50 now. So, I mean, I've sold some more out, and I'm going to hold a little bit just in case of the complete nonsense that could happen. So, anyway, there's Hood. So, all the haters of Hood, not feeling too good today. Now, yeah, let's take a look at BYSI, big cancer drug. It was a phase 3. My IB headlines were not working this morning. So I couldn't, I'm getting this no data to display. So I couldn't really see any headline. Well, I could see the headlines, but I couldn't dive into the actual releases. But anyway, BYSC, cancer drug, I think it is phase 3. Big pop up. And it's a low float, 20 million in the float. So that's another reason why, of course, it can do what it's doing. The other one, absolute disaster, is ZY. My goodness. So ZY, again, I can only see a headline, but I think they said something like, we're going to have no revenues. That's it. We are going to have no revenues, and the CEO has left. And unfortunately, even though this is down 76%, I would short this still. The problem is there are no shorts for me at Interactive Brokers. But had I had shorts available, I would still short this because people are sort of waking up to this. Anytime the CEO leaves, but plus, I mean, what a headline! We will have no revenues. Man. WHLR is, let's see, gapping up on, this is an earnings play. Okay, so WHLR is an earnings play. I don't have that actually as an E-gap. Look at ZY, guys. I mean, it is continuing down. There's no shorts for me. Anyway, WHLR, great gap up. Look at this, through the 200-day moving average. You see what it did yesterday? It basically just touched it. Now it's through the 200-day moving average, and it has room. I'm not saying it's going to get there. I'm just saying $5 is the next area where you're going to get some resistance, potential resistance. So that's far enough away. So let's keep an eye on WHLR as it opens. Sears, C-E-R-S, not the the store. CERS is gapping up. Now, unfortunately, there's a 200-day moving average. This is another earnings play. You can see released earnings after hours yesterday. There's that mauve area right here, and so it's basically held. I mean, the high in the after hours was about 620, and excuse me. Now we have a 200-day moving average up here. I don't know why we don't have it here. Live. Now I'm not sure this is a We don't have this as an earnings play live, so I don't know if it's a pre-release. Whatever's happened, I think it might be a pre-release. See if I can see it here. Denies all CE or SEC allegations. So there's obviously something going. There's obviously something going on here. But what? Just a huge move down for LIVE out of nowhere. I mean, look, nothing, no clue whatsoever that this was going to happen. So okay, it is not an earnings. So it is some devastating news that has come out about live. ATHE. And this is gapping up for, after the company announced, yeah, guys, are you getting this too with the IB, no data to display? Are you guys getting that also? I just can't, so I can't really see what the news is. RLX. RLX. Okay, now this was a gap up when I first saw it. It was up here at 567, but it is, so it's all over the place right now. Again, I can't see any news other than a bunch of lawyers suing them, class action suits. Oh, Sunny, and there's so many pre-market scanners. I mean, yeah, I mean, you know, pre-market scanners right there. Pre-market actives down, pre-market weaker than the market. ZY right at the top. I mean, these are things I'm sharing. Gap down, gap down, pre-market. I mean, there's probably so many scanners which would pick that up. CDLX. Trying to get through this list, guys. The news is good? Really? So I wonder what's going on in my system. CDLX, what am I seeing here? This is an earnings play, a gap down on earnings. Yeah, look at this, another one, huge. Look at this, 116 down to 92, 20% drop, CDLX. GBT is another earnings play, gapping up on earnings. I haven't seen this one for a while. This used to be incredibly active. And look at all, I mean, so active. Have not seen this one for a while. And it is gapped up on earnings though. SKLZ, another earnings play. This could be really bad. I mean, I think this is almost an all-time low now. SKLZ, earnings play. I guess these are the all-time lows down here. 1240. 1240 and 1272. So we're sitting at 13, just around 13. So this is it's it's probably a second earnings release, at least. EXPI is an earnings play. EXPI. I mean, I can't get to, there's so many guys, I can't get to them all, of course, but EXPI, there's a big gap up on earnings through the 200-day moving average. Not a ton of volume yet, but big gap up on earnings. Looks like this is, what's at an all-time high, I guess, back here, around 90. This is back in February. Let's see if I can see any news. Nope, I get no data to display. No data to display. Interesting. All your TI pre-market windows come gray blank. I contacted support. Anything else I should do? I'm sure you have probably rebooted, Lily. or at least I'm trying to do a reset connection. It's got to be on your system because obviously I'm getting all my pre-market data. Haven't heard anybody else. No, I'm still getting no data to display. I think I know what you mean. Just going into the news headlines, and then picking another stock within there. Yeah, no, I'm not getting any. Yeah, I mean, it's not a big deal. It's happened before. I don't know why it's happening to me right now, but appreciate the help though. WKSP, guys, not in Cincinnati. WKSP is not an earnings play. WKSP. Now it's not. Is WKSP even trading as WKSP? The reason I ask that is I'm clicking on WKSP, but it's not loading in my order entry in Interactive Brokers. It's like it's not recognizing it. General Motors, guys, is an earnings play, and it is moving down. General Motors are an earnings play, and it is gapping down somewhat. All right, guys, I will be right back. Give me about 2 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, 9:19. I'm going to have to quickly go and check a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Wow. Interesting. Wow. Okay, we got a multiple bunch of downgrades for ZY. I was going to say we have a lot of downgrades, but a lot of them are for ZY. All right, let me get some of the upgrades in now. Okay, just a few more to go. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I'm going to take a look at the downgrades. Yeah, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 downgrades for ZY. Oops. Couple for RYTM, sorry, RYTM, a couple of downgrades for RYTM. Take a look at that one when I finish this. All right, there's some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. And what was that one I was talking about? RYTM, rhythm. Let's see what it's doing. Yeah, so not very much volume yet, but certainly a couple of downgrades, and there's not a ton of support for this one, RYTM. WHLR, guys, is on the move here. WHLR on the move. Again, it's an earnings play. Still has room to that 5 level. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. I'm just pointing out on the daily chart, that's where a lot of resistance looks like. Let's take a quick look at the sectors this morning and see what is shaking. We're going to have a negative open to start anyway. My guess is that most of the sectors will be down. Again, there's poor old energy. So is there a positive sector? I do not see a positive sector. I mean, only a glimpse. Real estate, 52% up. But, you know, this is 0.2%. I mean, that leads the way. So we're in for a rocky open. Oh no, you don't have to. No, you do not have to reinstall Trade Ideas. Not at all. You're talking about getting upgraded from standard to premium, right? No. They just flip a switch for you. That's the way it's supposed to work. They just turn on the premium service for you. There's nothing for you to do really. Good. Any thoughts about Hood? Yeah, I'm glad I own it. That's my thoughts about Hood. No idea where it's going. No idea. Just really happy when I woke up this morning and it was, well, I think it had just taken out 50. Yeah, it took out 50 at 5:30 yesterday. So I did see that it had taken out 50. Figure that was really excellent. I was expecting to wake up this morning for it to be at least 50. But where it's going now, I don't know. I mean, it's a tremendous, remember, it's a tremendous bounce off this low of only 2 days ago, 3 days ago. 33 to 53, there's a $20 bounce. Good morning, Real, yes. That is really weird. And so, Lily, when you look in your toolbar, do you have a green ball at least that is suggesting that you are live, that you have a live connection? I mean, that's an obvious place to look to make sure you do have a live connection, but get this coffee. I'm hearing ARCT on the way down. ARCT on the way down. Is this an earnings play? Yes. No. Wait a minute. This is an earnings. No, August the 9th, unless they've released early. ARCT. Of course, this was the one huge one yesterday. Starting to gap down. ARCT. Oh, so you do not have a green ball. So you are somehow you are not active. You're not connected. You don't have a green ball. Okay, well that at least. So have you gone to our homepage and said, hey, listen, and give them your email address and have them take a look at your account? Because there's obviously something going on with your account. Is it possible that you've got a credit card that is expired or something like that? All I can, obviously I can't help you now. Well, Fearless, we start getting our data at 7 o'clock in the morning, okay? Okay, so again, Lily, go to the home page and say you're having problems. Okay, start a live discussion. Give them your email address and have them take a look at your account. I really can't help you otherwise. I don't have access to your account. So Fearless, I mean, we start getting our data, at 7 in the morning Eastern time. So, BYSE, you would have seen it then. Okay, one moment, please. All right, guys, we are going to open in about 30 seconds from now. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. Ha! Those fickle WSBers who are all hating Robinhood. All right, guys, we are now open for business. So let's see what happens. Again, I'll wait for my unusually strong options, things like that. Probably not going to get any, certainly won't get any right off the bat, and I just kind of sit tight for the first 15, let things try to settle down a bit. And just kind of watch Hood to see what it's going to do. That is a big drop now for BYSI. Look at General Motors even. In fact, there's BYSI, sorry, not BYCI. BYSI just got halted on the way down. So that's a massive, I mean, look at this, 46, there's a $20 drop from the high. This was shortable too. I still have no data to display. Isn't that interesting? Wow, guys. You know, I don't swing trade very often. You know me, but holy smokes. Hood. Oh, wow. Look at the volume that came in. And GM is continuing down, guys. GM. Tons of volume coming into Hood. I mean, now we're at 60. I wouldn't say they all do it, Martin. I mean, that was a disappointing IPO for the first couple of days. I wouldn't say they all do this. I mean, listen, can this keep it up? Of course not, but all right, guys. Silver SSRM is an earnings play through the 200-day moving average. What does it have for? And it has some room to the 18 level. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but you just take a look left, and those are the next areas. So SSM earnings play, Canadian company. MOXC, wow, MOXC, just some severe tankage here. That's the reverse of rippage, so we've got some severe tankage here. And it just got halted on the way down. Now, wow, Sears, CERS, approaching the 200-day moving average. Earnings play. Yeah, I read where the China education stocks are maybe popping a little bit, or a resurrection somewhat, I guess, with this stuff happening in Wuhan, and maybe there's going to be more online required education. So anyway, I mean, this is, it's hard to really know what's going on, but anyway, there is a bounce for TAL, probably EDU, and the other one. TUP. Okay, you guys are talking about TUP. Must be an earnings play. My guess is an earnings play. Yeah, really didn't see too much in the pre-market. Actually, it was up in the pre-market. There were just so many. I mean, we have tons and tons of earnings plays now, guys. And who just got halted on the way up. Man. All right. Well, with that move there, Who else wants to take over for the room today? It is a rush, guys. I got to tell you, it's a rush when you're into something like this, and I do not swing trade very often, so. And an airplane, yes, I love it. An airplane, just this. Yeah, WHLR just it's a big down move from 450 down to 4, and it's all early. Let me just see where it's stacking up. It's hard to know. It still says 65.60, 65.60. So. Well, at least it was an earnings play. I mean, WHLR, I guess it was an earnings play. Yeah. As opposed to just the pure pump, which would mean, a lot of these stocks going up and we can't see any news at all. I mean, again, whether the earnings, whatever they released, should have done what it did. I mean, that's another story, but at least there was some news. Something happened with the volume? I don't think so. No, I don't use level 2 at all, Vi. Anybody else with the volume? I'm looking at I certainly haven't turned off my mic, and the sound icon within the trading room is still on, so okay. All right, Martha must be, if you can't hear me, Martha, do a refresh. All right, MOXE just opened. I don't see any. Oh man, this was you know what, guys? I mean, I don't know. Let's see, what did it get halted at? It got halted at 25.11. I mean, this came really quickly, but I've got my option scanner. I also added the ones on the way down. So there was MOXE at 12.89. I'm not sure how easy it would have been to get it right at 12.89, but holy smokes, 10.80 now. It got halted at it got halted at 12.08. So it would have been easily could have got some, because the alert was at 12.89. Look at SPRT, guys. SPRT, big candle here. SPRT, this has been a really active one. Kind of fallen down the last few days, but SPRT, look at the volume coming into SPRT. All right, hood just opened. Had a big gap up. I'm expecting a lot of profit taking. Well, maybe not. Jeez. BYSI got halted. Now, is this on the way down or is it on the way up. It's a very modest little move. It must be the exponential look of this chart right here, because this is halted on the way up. BYSI. Oh my goodness, guys. Hood. Oh. Haters beware. Look at this. All right, guys. Now this one, I don't think it would have been easy to get it at 1452. Halted. Yeah, just hood got halted again. Oh my. Sorry. RYTN. This is one we mentioned in the pre-market. Had a couple of downgrades. Not a lot of volume, but look at it now. Almost an all-time low. And there was the alert from the AI at 1452. I'm not sure how easy it would have been to get it there. Look at WHLR, guys, right back up, right back up. And Sears, CERS, right back up. Now lots of action. WHLR halted on the way up now. Again, there's that 200-day, not the 200-day, sorry. The lot of resistance, it looks like, around 5. I do recall it just didn't have any shorts for it, Zach, for EGH. Skills, guys, is another one. I think this is maybe an all-time low now, SKLZ. Very close. 1269, and I think the all-time low is 1240. Yeah, 1240. So, I mean, this is getting close to an all-time low for SKLZ. If it's a 5-minute halt, it'll be 9:46 plus 37 seconds. And no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to short it. I'm just, but it's interesting. They come and they go, but I don't think there have been any shorts available today in the pre-market, and certainly not now. Well, WHLR is an earnings play, so I mean that if you want to call that news, that's the news. It's an earnings play, WHLR. And here's MOXC resumed. I don't see any news on it. I just don't see any specific news on it. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to chase this down. I just can't do it. I mentioned SSRM a little. Wow, look at this move here, guys. I mentioned this one a little earlier, SSRM. Earnings play was just over 17, and now it's 1762 through the 200-day. Has some room to that 18 level. What a day. EXPI, earnings play. I know Real was mentioning it a little while ago. It's not an all-time high, but let's take a look left on the weekly chart, monthly chart, sorry, 48.60. So it's got room on the monthly chart. Maybe on the weekly chart, 46.49. So it's got a little bit of room still on the weekly chart till it hits the next high. I got to say, every now and then, timing is everything. So my video yesterday was all about hood. Man. And I said it wouldn't surprise me if it had a continuation. Man. All right, so now BYSI is halted on the way down, so this is super choppy now. All right, we are now open. Hood is now open, 79.80. I mean, listen, there is going to be some profit taking. When? I don't know. Oh, 84. That's it. Just click on it. Just click on that and start the live chat. All right, guys. So there is a massive pullback for Hood from 85. Now, how you're going to trade that is completely up to you, of course, if you're in it. So Lily, this is what I mean. You know, here's the Trade Ideas homepage where it says Q&A, questions or something like that when it pops up. Yeah, just click on that and say, listen, I'm having problems with my account. Make sure you give them your email address so they can take a look at your account, okay? Yeah, I wonder why there's no halt on the way down. You're right. Well, it is halted. It did get halted on the way down. Well, that's how you do it, Zach, when you have shorts available. BTBT, guys. BTBT just popped here, and wow. So look at this. This is taking out, there's the 200-day moving average, 1129. There's the 200-day moving average, and takes that out. I don't know, it's crypto. Well, this is really actually traded on its own. It hasn't really been what I call a pure crypto play. Keep an eye on the BTBT, see if it retakes that 200-day moving average. It popped above it a little bit. And see if it retakes it and just continues. I mean, the next. See, look at the weekly chart. What do we have here? A high of 1169. So that's the next high looking left. Oh my goodness. So I haven't even looked at the market. So what's the market doing? Tech, a little bit of a disconnect here. Tech is up a little, Dow's down, SPY's down. Tech is up just a little bit. So sort of a minor disconnect taking place right now with the market. Go BTBT. I mean, took that out. the 200-day moving average. It's now near that high I was talking about, I think. 1169 is the next high looking left on the weekly. After that, we've got 1352. Again, when I point these out, I'm not saying it's getting there. You just have to, if you trade like I do anyway, you're just constantly looking left on these higher time frames to see where the next highs are, to see where a stock could go to, or where it could stall. All right, ACY guys, this was an interesting one yesterday. I think it almost got to 20. Yeah, it almost got up to 20 before it pulled back. Not a lot of volume. It's a crazy, crazy low float, 1.2 million in the float for a $20 stock. Okay, so you got to be awfully careful if you're going to even attempt this one. It did hit 22 in the pre-market, but again, it doesn't trade very much. 160,000 shares. And that's 8 times normal. So you can see it doesn't trade very much. But man, oh man, look at the potential gap, Phil, on that weekly chart. What's the high right there? It's 2160. So, I mean, that's the next high looking left on the weekly chart, I think. Yeah, so that's the next high looking left. And, you know, at one point it was up to $38 and it got taken down that week. BT doing its thing. I just want to take a look at GBTC to see if it's a crypto play or not. Okay, well, crypto is moving. Okay, so at least this today, it seems to be following crypto a lot more closely. All right, hood resumed. Just want to make sure you guys can hear me in YouTube, right? I know I had an issue yesterday. I think it was solved. I just want to make sure you guys can hear me. All right, guys, so, okay, thank you, Regetta and David. Whew, okay, take a breather here. BGFV, probably an earnings play. Yes, so this is an earnings play. This is getting hammered here now, 13%, a lot of volume, very low float, 20 million in the float. It's traded over 1 million shares now. And you just look left on that monthly chart. Last month's low was 1992. So, and it's still, so it's about $1 away from last month's low and just sinking on earnings. All right, waiting for the first option on the way up anyway to show up. In my option scanner, nothing yet. And MOXC on the way up, got halted on the way up now. Again, I don't see any news on this. I think this was one of those meme stocks before. Gosh, I still have no data to display. Really crazy. I'm talking about my Interactive Brokers headline news. All right, ATHE. So this just showed up. Again, nothing happens in these two windows until at least 9:45, and that's by design. I like to see things settle down just a little bit. So ATHE, is there news on this one? It's not an earnings play. Yeah, you see, and I can't read it, so it just says trading higher after the company announced, but it's frustrating. I have no idea. Let me hear, maybe it's here. Okay, new U.S. patent to expand its portfolio of compounds, including Alzheimer's, okay, and Parkinson's. So of course, those two are really in the news now. So take a look at ATHE. The next high looking left on the daily chart is 185, and then after that 213. So it's got a little bit of, maybe a little bit of resistance on the way up here. Meanwhile, BT continues. I mean, guys, it's not an easy one in terms of holding. You could take fewer shares. 15 million in the float, so it's, it's not crazy low, but it's certainly a low float. But right now, it's on a mission. I mean, the high over here is 1352, sorry, in the monthly chart. Yeah, jealous now of you. I mean, I don't have much of my hood left now, guys. I mean, I was holding on a piece just in case it did something even crazier than it was doing. Would have loved to have turned around or short it, but I have no idea. I mean, obviously, first of all, I don't even know if you can. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you held hood, of course, it would have been profitable, sure. All right, here's another one that is showing up here. FTCV is showing up. FTCV is showing up. All right, so this is one of those SPACs, I guess. Yeah, so it's still a SPAC. So I don't have a lot of faith in them, but we haven't seen too many SPAC plays in the last little while. Who are they looking? Trying to see who they're looking to buy. Yeah, I think it's got to be you, Matt, so you can't hear me. All right, a bit of a breather now. Actually, I'm not getting too many new alerts. There goes I just mentioned the ACY over 20, now it's over 21. The high in the pre-market was 22 or so. And again, the next high looking left on the monthly is 2160. So it's approaching that high of about 6 months ago. All right, this is a super cheap one. It showed up on a secret scanner. Okay, this is China. Okay, so this is China Education, one ONE. Sears, guys, C-E-R-S. A little bit of a red bar ignored, maybe. It showed up on the 15-minute chart right here. And there's the 200-day moving average, 625. So it's just flirting with that right now. And remember what BT did. Not that this is going to do the same thing, but when it broke through, at least it's holding well above that 200-day moving average for BT. So let's see if it can clear the 200-day. Now, if it does, and you take a look left on the monthly chart, the next high is 630. Next high here is 649. So there's a little bit of choppiness on the monthly chart to get through all this. I wish this weren't here. But it is an earnings play, so you know it's going to be active all day long. And that is CERS. Yep, it's the secret scanner. Wow. Sorry, guys. Some of you may or may not know this is my wife's company, and it's doing great. STN. We have our stock options and all that sort of stuff, so the retirement home is getting bigger and bigger. All right, here's another one, guys. Look at that 200-day moving average for Codex, CODX. 200-day moving average sitting right at it. Will it pop through it? And it's trying to pop through it right now. Does it have any news? I don't see any specific news. I can't remember if this is a virus play or not. Yeah, thank you, PJ. It's been, she works for a great company. It's been a bit of a rocky road this year because she basically designs airports, so. Okay. Clovis is an earnings play. CLVS is an earnings play. I guess it's trying to bounce. Yes, it is. It's an earnings play. So keep an eye on Clovis. I mean, look, it got all the way down to 450 or so. It's actually gone positive now. It's an earnings play. The 200-day moving average is that's far enough away on a percentage basis. Aha. Yeah, FTC. Well, it's I don't know why. I have a bias against these SPACs when they show up in the option volume and the option scanner. I do have a bias against them. ZY now. There are some shorts available at IB. There's just not many, 16,000. There weren't any this morning. Might be a little late though. I'm hearing CAR, oh KAR, not CAR, but well, KAR, that's what I'm hearing. Earnings play probably, KAR, let's take a look. Yes, it's an earnings play. KAR, another one, look at these, so many, right around that 200-day moving average, popping through KAR, through the 200-day moving average. BT, guys, challenging 12. Boy, when it broke through the 200-day, here's that 200-day moving average, 1129. Yeah, there it goes is right. ACY, deal with a bit of a spread there, 40.82 right now. But, I mean, look at the potential of it trying to come back. I mean, it's had this is the third good day. BT, guys, keeps moving higher. Car guys continues on earnings. Wow, we got a ton of earnings. Let me just give you an example. You know, I can't look here are all the earnings plays. I mean, I can't I'm just cycling through them. Ton of earnings plays that are meeting my filter requirements. I'm just showing that the top ones, like what I got to do here. Here we go. That's how I have it arranged. So these are the ones near the high of the day, and these are the ones near the low of the day. Okay, so we look at OI. This will be right near the low of the day. See, right down here. Again, everything I've got here, everything you see, most of the windows that I display, I'm sharing. You just have to go to my home page and go to this scan section. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the market. So Dow is still down, SPY is down a little, NAS is basically flat. All right, next on the hit parade, BCTX. Look at this thing moving. Wow. What has it got? When you look left here, 604 is the next high looking left. I mean, you can just kind of see if it can somehow take out that 604 level. I mean, then the next high is way up here, almost at 7. It's not an earnings play, but something is that I don't see any. Again, I can't read the news. Ah, finally. Okay, but this is old news. I don't see any specific news for BCTX today. That's probably a low float. Canadian company. Low float, 13.5 million in the float. So guys, I mean, if you just wanted to follow earnings plays for the next couple of weeks, I mean, you're going to get a lot of earnings plays here of stocks that you may not be too familiar with. But you know, when those sort of stocks release earnings, they kind of are having their day because they're not necessarily widely followed until they release earnings. Again, now BTBT is approaching that 13 level that I talked about a little earlier. Look at this, what a move. 1388. Sorry, 1352 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. And I mean, if it can somehow get through those levels, 1388 right there, then the next highs are at 19. So I mean, big area for, look, it's already up 23%, tremendous. But think about it, if it can get through that 1380 level, it's got another $6 till the next highs. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. But tomorrow, you never know. I mean, this has been trading a little bit more on its own. It's not, I don't call this a pure crypto, it's a crypto play, but it has been trading. Yesterday I had a great day, or an interesting day, but crypto was not up, as far as I can remember anyway. All right, guys, just give me one moment. Just having a little internal conversation with some of the guys at Trade Ideas. Boy, BCTX, rippage, severe rippage. We have another severe rippage, and that was the area right here, 604, guys. I mean, this is room now. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but you look left now, and the next high looking left is way up here at 680. So ideally, unless you're in it already and you're down here, ideally, maybe just a little bit of a rest, and then a continuation pop, a rest, so that you don't. Doesn't look like we're just completely chasing it. That's a tough one, Lily. I don't know. I really would love to try to help you, but if they don't see any issue, I have no idea. Let me just give me a moment here. I'll just post that which you just posted, but. Yeah, so they're going to have to take a look at it. I've just reposted, and I can see there is some discussion about it. Okay, Lily, I'm fine, Nova. I'm fine. Oh, I have no idea what platform fills the best. I use interactive brokers. I have no problem with interactive brokers. Okay, but I can't tell you what platform fills the best. Whew, yeah, this one is still moving. Wow, and no kidding. Look at this. I mean, I mentioned this one earlier. I typically don't look at stocks under a dollar, but that came from my Wink, my secret scanner. And when it was under a dollar, look at this. What a move. And as somebody said, maybe they're regaining compliance of some sort, and it just got halted, guys. One just got halted. Yeah, so I don't have, I mean, again, this is a SPAC, guys, and I've seen this happen in our option scanner before. Um, I'm just not in love with the SPACs that show up in the option scanner. So they received a letter of non-compliance, so why not move higher? Sure. I don't know if you can have a negative. To be honest, I've never tried that, Richard. Try tomorrow. I really don't know. I've never. It's the first time I've ever had a question like that. Let me look at the definition. Look at the definition of it, and let's just see if, I mean, it might say only during market hours. Oops. Time of day. Let's take a look at the definition of it. Where to go? Yeah. Okay, you can. Okay, if you just look at the definition, see it says -1 means 1 minute before the open. A lot of times, yeah, just click on the help and you can see what it means. So you can use negative numbers. Okay? Good grief. BT. All right, guys. Wow, 10:20 already. This has been a super, super fast morning so far. Car guys, man. I mean, if you're looking for interesting plays, they are not necessarily like the ones that are going to be up, 1,000%. I mean, you can just take a look. Take a look. Earnings plays up, earnings plays down. And what I do is I sort them on the position in the day's range. So I'm seeing the ones near the high all day long and the ones near the low all day long. So again, one of the scans that I'm sharing. So I'll get into that in about 5 minutes or so. If you are, well, first of all, if you're new to this room, welcome. This is the format, Thursday, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen live on the mic. Okay? If you're interested in our program, but you don't have our product right now, and you've always maybe wondered, well, what is it all about? You're at the right time because, or you're seeing this at the right time because we have a test drive. We have a test drive that starts on Monday. Okay, so what happens? Well, if you click on the link, the test drive link, this is what you'll see. So for $11.11, you'll have access to our full premium service for 2 weeks. Okay, that's 10 trading days. It starts on the 9th. So if you sign up today, you're just pre-registering. Okay, you'll get no data, live data until the 9th, and it'll run to the 20th. Again, 10 trading days for $11.11, just as if you were a premium subscriber. When the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe. We don't put you into a subscription. Okay, so please listen very carefully. We do not put you into a subscription when the test drive is over. There'll be a nice promo code for you if you do want to take out a subscription, but we don't automatically put you into a subscription. If you're a standard subscriber and you want to try our premium service for those 2 weeks, you can do so also for the $11.11. Again, the same thing when it's over. If you don't want to keep a premium subscription, we'll move you back to standard. Well, you'll move back to standard. You have to let us know if you want to maintain. Okay, so that is the test drive. So again, this is just pre-registering if you're doing it today, but it'll start on Monday. Now, my home page, just got to find my link. There we go. Nice FTCV real. Yeah, I don't like those SPACs. Look at Car Guys, KAR. I mean, what a gentle play. Merci beaucoup for the FTCV reel. Okay, my home page. It's a challenge to try to trade and do this, but it's a lot of fun. Anyway, I have a link here, a tab here called Barry's homepage in the main trading room. So my link is available all day long right there, okay? I'm going to go over what you'll see when you click on my link. Give me a moment here. All right, so when you click on my homepage link, this is what you'll see. So here is a way in which you can take out a subscription right now if you just can't wait. Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. You click on Get Trade Ideas. We have 4 plans. We have an annual, monthly for premium and standard. So the annual premium, $22.68 a year minus that 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. And the big difference is the AI, which I'll take a look at in a little bit, show you what it looks like. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. Monthly, you don't have to go annual. You want to go monthly, that's fine. $118, $228. You can apply that discount, that 15% discount to the first month only. Listen carefully, first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward, okay? Wow, BT. Anyway, more information on my homepage. These three sections, the trade of the week, stock of the day, and education, all free. So trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video. It'll be interesting which one. It probably has to be Hood again, but we'll see. My scans. So if you're a subscriber, and if you're not a subscriber yet, never fear. I share all my scans. Here's my layout, Barry's layout right there. And then I have all sorts of individual scans that I have created for your viewing pleasure, all right? So if you're not a subscriber, you know, you don't even have to know how to create a scan at the beginning. You can just take a look at some of the ones that I've created. And education. Now, if you're going to take the test drive, please, before get prepared for it. You should take a look at the 20 lessons, not 20 days. Get somebody to remove that eventually. It was marketing, cute, 20 lessons, 20 days. But anyway, it won't take you 20 days, but it goes over, you know, the basic features that we have. Top lists, alert windows, the intro to the cloud, price alerts, the AI, which we nickname Holly, Brokerage Plus. So covers all the basic features. I want to go down to this section first, these educational videos that we have. Again, if you're going to take the test drive, get prepared for it. Don't start on Monday without knowing a thing about trade ideas. Okay, getting started videos are here. So a lot of information in the education section. You can save my link and you can take a look at this all at your leisure. Now, daily support sessions in YouTube. Bonus, guys, Michael Noss is going to be there again today. Steve is a little bit under the weather. He would normally be there today, but he's a little bit under the weather. So Michael has graciously agreed to fill in again. So he was there Monday and Tuesday. So all of you with questions about Brokerage Plus and maybe auto trading and things like that, creating strategies, save up for them or save them up for noon, because that's when I take my break and he'll take over in the YouTube room between 12 and 1. And daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Today, being Wednesday, is the Q&A with Dan and Brad. That is the one that I help out on. So a lot of information on my homepage. Save the link. Take a look at it all when you want to. A moment as I resize my window. All right. Next, you're new to this platform, excuse me, new to the room, wondering what you're seeing. So, very briefly, what are we? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. market. We do scan the Canadian market with a caveat, but you know that's why I usually just talk about the U.S. market. I'm a Canadian, but I only trade the U.S. stocks. So we're a scanner. Doesn't matter where you are in the world, and it doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use trade ideas. So this is an example of a scanner, basic new highs and lows. Excuse me. So in this scanner, this is what I'm looking for. You know, the price has got to be between 1 and 20. Current volume, that's a very powerful filter that we have. Has to be trading at least 4 times normal up to this time of the day. 400,000 shares minimum, etc. So this is how you always start off when you build an alert window. You start off with filters to kind of whittle the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. And then, if a stock meets these filter requirements and it makes either a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks right here. Okay? Now, good news. You do not have, look at BT, getting so close now. Getting so close to that. What was that level I was talking about? Was it 1368? 1352. So close. And then 1388. Again, guys, if it takes this out today or tomorrow, I mean, look at the room it's got. Okay, well, where was I? Oh, yeah. Great news. You don't have to learn programming to use trade ideas. Is what we did. We said, let's create a lot of alerts and a lot of, when you see these icons, a lot of filters. We feel that for the absolute majority of our customers, we've created enough alerts and filters that you can combine them to give them the type of scan that you're looking for. Okay? So no programming language to learn. It's like just picking a la carte off a menu. Add this, add that, and you just create your own scans. Now, at the beginning, if you're new, as I say, you don't have to know how to create scans at all. If you want, you can take my scans, from my home page and go to the scan section, all the scans that I'm sharing, including my layout. And you could take a look at this basic new highs and lows. This is basically when you right click an alert window or a top list window, and then you just click on configure and then summary, and you'll see the filters for all the different scans that we've created. So you might look at this and go, you know what, I don't like that price range. Okay, you change it. You can go, I can put 10 and 60 here if that's the range I want to look at. Notice when I click on summary, see how it changes? I'm not going to do that, of course, but so you can take my scans and you can adjust them to how maybe you want to trade. You can take a filter out, you can add a filter in. Can you search by relative volume? Well, you can set up a top list window or something that shows you the stocks that have the highest relative volume. Is that what you mean? Is that what you mean, Soon? I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room. Is that what you mean when you say search by relative volume? Oh, and standard deviation? Well, we do have some. It's a relative volume, standard deviation. So we have relative volume and we have standard deviation. So, this is what we have for standard deviation. Okay. No. No, the only ones we support in Brokerage Plus, I'm Interactive Brokers, and I will say E-Trade, but I know there's some issues with E-Trade, so, and it will never do Questrade. Never. It's too, well, then we don't have that. If you're talking about relative volume standard deviation as some kind of an indicator to think or swim, we don't have that. We have standard deviation, we have relative volume, but as a combination, I guess, you can combine the filters, I suppose, individually to create the type of thing you're looking for, but now we also have a channel bar, and in the channel bar all of these channels here are themed. All right, so for instance, if I want to look at the momentum channel, this is another way in which you don't have to know how to create anything, but you can take a look at, a channel that you might say, yeah, the Momo channel, that might be interesting. You click on an alert and you think, okay, that might be interesting. Now, if you're using our docked version of Trade Ideas, then if you wanted to take this and you wanted to add this to your layout, so this is the concept I'm kind of going through here. because each, you click on the different themes and you might see a window that you like, a scan that you like. So you can right click and duplicate into free floating window. That's if you're using our dock version. Okay, and here it is. And then you can take a look at it. And if you wanted to, maybe make some changes, maybe the price is not what you're looking for. Maybe you want a higher minimum volume. You can make some changes if you want. If not, you like it as is, then you just right click and save or share to cloud and save it. Okay, so now it's in the cloud, and I'll explain why I'm doing that. If you're not using our dock version, then it's just a matter of right click and then save or share to cloud. Okay, and then save. So, but you can see that here's our earnings scanner, our earnings channel, up after earnings, down after earnings. Okay, so again, we've got a lot of theme channels. You don't have to know how we even built them, but you can take a look at each individual scan that we've got, and you might want to save it to the cloud. And then if you've done that, and maybe you start off with maybe all you have is a toolbar now. Maybe you've cleared off. You go to Windows and close all, and now all you have is a toolbar. And now you can start building a layout. If you have a layout already, that's okay. You can file, load from cloud, and you see how Momo was up here? And you just load it, and there it is. So that's how you can start building a layout from the individual scans that we have created. Or if you have a layout, you can add, certain things from the scans that we have created. So we try to make it very easy when you're new. You don't have to know how to create scans at all at the beginning. Okay, guys, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Look at this oyster go. Is this you see another? August 5th. So actually, they are releasing after hours tomorrow. I don't think I'm wanting to see if they have pre-released. Don't think so. So they're releasing after hours tomorrow, August 5th, post market. But in advance of that, this is starting to move. All right, now talk a little bit about the AI. If you have, first of all, if you have our premium service, this is what I would do. Click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay, the Trades window. I wouldn't worry about anything else. I wouldn't worry or concern myself by, what version of Holly it is. Is it Neo, 2.0, Grail? One day I will not have to say that. It's just going to be the AI and that's it. I wouldn't even worry about what strategies are coming from. Okay? All you should do, in my opinion, is load this window. Look at this, they're all short. All short alerts today. But all I would do is just load this window and wait for the alerts to happen. You can load this window, incorporate it as part of your layout. Then tomorrow, for instance, if you load it before the market opens, load your layout before the market opens. This window will be blank. Nothing happens until at least 9:35. You can see right there the earliest alert was at 9:41. You have an entry, you have a stop. How you manage your trades will be up to you. Okay, there's no video on, well, this is how you should use it. I use it like when I can pay a little more attention to it, I use it like a watch list. I have a certain preference in terms of price range and all. But that's what I would do. I would not overcomplicate it, okay? Simplify it. Just take a look, watch the alerts. You don't have to get in right at the time. You can maybe, click on alert, see how it's trading a little bit. Take a look at your time frames. See if there's maybe the 200-day is in the way. Maybe on the daily or the weekly or the monthly, there might be some resistance nearby. So that's what I would do. Well, it's impossible, again, Vi, if you're listening to me, how people use the AI, today, it's going to be different every day. Predicting, we do have a graph versus the SPY, which looks good, but in my opinion, people, if you're trying to automate it, getting in exactly and getting out, it's not the way to do it, in my opinion. It's just not the way to do it. It's a combination of man and machine. The machine will give you the alert. You don't have to, because you don't have to create anything. It's just based on the strategies that were optimized for today. How you trade it will be up to you. So one person's ability to use the AI could be very different from another person's, and how successful they are. All right, now the next thing. And if you go to my homepage and you go to the education section and you scroll down to the education videos, there is a video on the AI, but it's not going to say this is how you should use it. All right, guys. So now let me talk a little bit about this window you see here, this big blue screen. It's called Brokerage Plus. If you have our web-based version, it's not available. You have to be using our downloadable version, okay, to have access to Brokerage Plus. I'm going to pop this video in, or this link to 2 videos, actually. All right, so the link that I put in has 2 videos. The first video, the short video, shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account, and I'm going to say E-Trade. I don't know if all the bugs have been worked out, but certainly an Interactive Brokers account. You can use this window once you've connected to your IB account to trade, okay, from within Trade Ideas. You can use this window, but please listen carefully. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas, okay? It just means you can't use this window. It's a feature, it's an option, not mandatory to use it, even if you have an IB account, okay? I don't use it. I don't trade that much. I just trade from within IB. What I use it for, really is for demonstration purposes when we talk about paper trading and simulation trading, okay? So, it's not mandatory to use. Some people like it, some people don't. So, but there it is. And the second video in that link shows you how, in much more detail, how you can get way more involved using this Brokerage Plus window. But again, Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room at noon, between 12 and 1, and you can ask him all sorts of questions about Brokerage Plus. Okay? Now, the other main reason, if you are new to trading, please practice trading first. You can use our simulator. It uses our real-time data. Okay, so it doesn't matter who your broker is, it's using our real-time data. Well, I used to have Questrade, but I mean, IB, and I would have had IB I would have had Interactive Brokers from the beginning, but our linking was terrible up until about 4 years ago, I guess. Once our linking problems were, I'm not talking about Brokerage Plus, just the ability to click on a symbol and have it load into the platform. IB has way more shorts, number one, available. I think their commission rate is better than Qtrade, so I would never go back. If you download the previous version of Trade, yes. If you want to get rid of the lag, yes. Hopefully you saved. I don't know how many versions back you have to go. So to use this as in simulation mode, really simple. You just click on an alert. Symbol shows up, you pick how many shares you want to trade, you pick the price you want to get in at, and you click the big buy button. Now you're in. Let's take a look at one. Let's say I wanted to trade this CERS, but I don't want to trade it right now. Maybe if it pulled back down to, I don't know, way down here, 583, okay? This is, again, I'm just showing you how you do something, okay? I'm not saying this is what I would do for real. I'm just showing you how you can do something, just the mechanics of it. Here she is. And you click the buy button. And see this shows up. Yeah, we link with many brokers, Dova, okay? I mean, all the main brokers. And when I say link, what I mean by that is just a time saver. If you go to tools and external linking, you can add a link, okay? Yeah, in fact, I better do that right now for my... Okay, so notice I am linked with Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with Brokerage Plus. Zero to do with Brokerage Plus. All linking is, it's a time saver. So when I click on CERS, it loads into my order entry in Interactive Brokers. Okay, it works with Questrade. It works with many brokers. But that's what it is. That is what it is. It's a time saver. If for some reason, we can't establish a link, and first of all, the brokerages don't care whether we can link with them or not. All right, but we're able to usually link with most of the major brokerage platforms. But if for some reason you can't, well, then you have to type it in. Okay, you just have to type it into the order entry. Yeah, the standard subscription has Brokerage Plus, yes. So Solomon, yes. I mean, that's been just the linking of trade ideas with IB has been around forever. Well, not ever. I would say for 5 years now. Before Brokerage Plus. Brokerage Plus is just a feature. It's an option Not mandatory to use. It's there if you want it. So riff how to get into the various theme rooms. If you click on new from our toolbar and then click on channel bar, okay? If you're not using our latest version, what we call the dock version, then if you just have to click on channel bar, and then here they are, okay? Now, a word, if you're not using our, like the beta version that has the dock channels, when you click on a channel, your layout will be replaced, okay? Because these are all layouts. But if you're using this newer version, notice that when I click on a channel, one of the theme channels, my layout remains behind me. Now, there is a bit of a lag issue using this. I'm willing to put up with it because I do like the dock version. Okay, but some don't. I certainly didn't a couple of days ago, but I got rid of a couple of things, and that has helped me. All right, so with the Sears, so I demonstrated how you could take a trade on a pullback just using Brokerage Plus. And again, guys, if you have more detailed questions that you want about Brokerage Plus, etc., please save them. And at noon, when I leave the main trading room, Michael Noss will take over. He'll be there between 12 and 1. And you can ask him all sorts of questions about Brokerage Plus, okay? Yeah, it's Solomon. You just click on our toolbar, click on Tools, and then External Linking, and follow the rules. There's only so if you click on Add a Link, the only thing is, and when you click on Add a Link, I can't do it now. I don't want to start from scratch. I don't want to lose my link. Okay, but you just click on Add a Link, and you'll see. You just follow these rules. The only difference is, and what you just put your mouse pointer in the order of entry box, and then just follow these rules. And these instructions, the only thing you have to do with Interactive Brokers that's a little bit different, you have to use this rule, Interactive Broker. This is a drop-down menu, okay? You have to use that rule, Interactive Brokers Live. Okay, and then you're good to go. It's just a nice time saver. It's all it is. It's a time saver. All right, let's take a trade now. In the simulator, Denny's is probably an earnings play. Yeah, it's an earnings play. Let's just take this trade. Now, because look at this. There's the 200-day moving average. But I'm just going to take the trade, talk just a little bit about money management. Okay. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to buy right at the market. The spread wasn't great, but again, this is just showing you a little bit about money management. So the entry price was $15.37. I'm going to put a stop at $15.17. I'm going to make this math super simple. So you can see the red line will appear on the chart. The red line, there we are. So you'll see that if Denny's goes back down to $15.17, it'll take me out for a $97 loss. Okay, so why $97? So when you start trading, the reality is that not every trade is going to work. You have to, in my opinion anyway, this is a high trade. I always have a stop. I know where I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working for me. And that is where the practice comes in, okay? If you don't go, well, okay, every trade I get in, I'm going to put a 10-cent stop or a 20-cent stop. At least that's not how I trade. I try to size it up on the chart where I think there could be some support on the chart. And if it breaks down through that support area, I'm going to be out of the trade. And that is where the practice is going to come in. How you look at stops could be very different from how I do. You might look at a moving average or something else, okay? But that's why you have to practice trading, because it's so important to know where you're going to get out of a trade if it's not working. So that's where practice. The next step is, why did I take 500 shares? Again, in my opinion anyway, you don't go into trading thinking, well, I'll take 500 shares every trade, 100 shares every trade. My opinion anyway, your share size will vary from trade to trade, because it'll be based on, notice I have an entry price here of 15.37. I purposely put the stop, make this math easy, 20 cents away, because the other aspect of all this is that, okay, if I lose on the trade, how much am I willing to actually lose? And so if you've got a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I'm risking $100 on the trade. And so that's why I took 500 shares, because if I take the difference between the entry and the stop, that's 20 cents. If I divide 20 cents into $100, I get 500 shares. Okay? And the other thing is, you don't start varying how much you're risking per trade. At least this is how I trade. So I'm not going to go into trading on a day thinking, okay, I'm going to risk $100 on this trade. I'm going to risk $200 on the next trade, $500 on the next trade, 50. I try to keep it, as close as possible. What you don't want to start getting into though is, okay, I get that idea. So you risk $100 the first trade, you lose, and then you think, man, I better risk $200 the next trade. And when I win that one, wink, wink, when I win that one, I'll make up that $100 that I lost, plus I'll be up $100. So you lose that one, and now you're down $300, cumulative. You lost $100 the first one, $200 the next one, now you're down $300. Wow, I better risk $400 the next trade so I can, get back what I lost, plus be up $100. Wink, wink. I mean, we all do it. We all did it when we start. Believe me. I mean, this is, I didn't start off knowing I knew nothing. Okay, I knew nothing about any of this. I wish I'd had, not necessarily me yakking at me all day long, trying to hammer in money management, but I had nobody. Just had to learn the hard way. Anyway, so first concept, knowing when you're going to get out of the trade based on your stop. The second concept is then that will share size you, the difference between your entry and your stop. And then the third concept, which again is not easy, is to obey your stop. Obeying your stop can be really, really, really hard. You get into a trade and you think it's got to work. You had earnings today. Everybody's talking about it. It's got to work. And yet it starts drifting down towards your stop. So instead of obeying your stop, you start moving your stop down. Okay? And now, and it keeps moving down to your new stop and further down. So that $100 manageable loss starts turning into that $200, $300, $400, $500 loss before you finally sell. And you kick yourself because why didn't you obey your stop? So, and that'll be you. That's everybody. It's really hard sometimes to obey your stop, because you get really excited, especially when you first start trading. You're really excited and you can't believe it's not working. So, all I can say is try to obey your stop. You can, if you have an IB account, E-Trade account, you can use our charts. You can just leave the stop in. This takes all the emotion out of trading. It moves down to that price. It takes you out of the position. If you don't have, if IB or E-Trade is not your account, not your brokerage account, that's okay. They will have a way of doing the same sort of thing. Okay? Yeah, and that's the other one. Well, I mean, definitely. Adding to a losing position can be an absolute catastrophe. And you know what? Sometimes it works. And when it works, you think, oh, okay, it works, therefore I should always do that. The other thing is about not obeying your stop. Sometimes, not obeying a stop will work. It'll go down, 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 and then it'll pop, and you'll go, phew, am I ever glad I didn't obey your stop? Of course it's going to happen sometimes. But I'm telling you, money management is so key. If you want to maintain, we'll call it a career in this, or, even if it's a side job, you want to maintain without blowing up your account. Commissions are so cheap now that there's no excuse for staying in a trade because, oh, well, I don't want to pay commissions. Yeah, ego definitely. I mean, it's hard to admit that you were wrong, in getting into a trade. And here's the deal. I mean, you have to accept the fact that even if you've got a decent strategy that seems to work a lot of times, sometimes they're not going to work. Okay, so just accept it and move on. All right, guys. So practice trading. That's all I can say is practice trading. All right, 11 o'clock. Fast morning. Now the other thing is, I like these three columns I've got here. Max profit and today's profit, and then the distance from the exit price. Okay, so this can give you a good idea about how good are your exits. So I mean, this Denny's does not move very much, but imagine if this had said max P&L was $500 as an example, and then you looked at your today's profit, because that's your current, was way less than 500, maybe 100 or worse negative. Well, you obviously would not want that to happen if you're managing your account. You don't want to let something that you're way up on, turn into a negative or a mild positive. So this is a way in which you can gauge how well your exits are. When I get out of a trade, then this distance from the exit price is also another good gauge. If I get out of a trade and I was long, what I want to see here is a big negative number, because that would tell me the distance from the exit price. That would tell me that it's way below where I got out, which of course is what you want to see. So these three windows can give you an idea about how good are your exits. Now these here, these are some hotkeys. So if I highlight that trade and I click flatten, that would get me out of the trade. Or I could get out of half my trade, or I could double my trade. Okay? If I don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, then it'll carry forward. So this is how you can practice swing trading also. All right, guys. Okay, car. You've been talking about car. That was, of course, a very stellar earnings play. Still looks pretty strong. I see what Real is saying. It's not ready yet. So he always say, so if you follow Real a lot, he's the master of trying to short the tops. Okay, so he's always looking for these situations where a stock may finally have, run out of steam, and then will start to fall. And then when he's talking about these fib levels that he's talking about, so as he said, if the top is in, then a level down here, 1756, it could go to 1756. If it takes out 1756, then 1722 takes out 1722, 1694. So he's using fibs, okay, to, I hate to use the word predict, but these are areas where the stock could go. You too, Mr. Keith. Yeah, probably staring at thousands and thousands of charts at the beginning, Vi, okay? And plus I had to develop a style of trading that met the way I like the way I saw things. I'm a momentum trader, flat out. Now, if I could pay a little more attention, I love shorting these tops also, okay? But So, I determined early on that I like to see things near the high or the low of the day, and then looking at the daily, weekly, and monthly chart to see, okay, where could a stock keep going until it hits the next high, looking left on those longer term time frames. But this was staring at thousands of charts. Okay, there's no easy road on this. And I stared at thousands of charts. It's finally sizing up what I like to see. And obviously with trade ideas, I'm only interested in stocks that are active. Relative volume of 5.5. So I'm only interested in stocks that are active. So that's how all my filtering is based around that. And then after that, it was just, sizing things up, looking at these higher time frames. Does it always work? Of course not. Look at CAR as an example, okay, right now. Now, that is beautiful consolidation right here, right? Now, take a look left on the daily chart. The next high looking left is 1831, and then after that is 1854. So, these little areas could stall it. But, in consolidation, I will never take a consolidation break unless I had volume. That's the other thing that I always look at. So I love this consolidation. I don't like the fact that there are, some highs that are fairly close. But if this broke out on and on volume, then it will certainly still get me interested. But instead of having to stare at this, because I don't want to have to stare at this all day long, waiting to see if it's going to break out of here. Easy, just use our price alerts. So if I put a price alert, say around 1817, right at that high here, if I get an alert, I'm going to see it, and then I can see whether or not it's in consolidation, because I'll click on the alert. Here are my price alerts, okay? So you see, here it is right down there. But the way I've sorted it is that if this triggers, it's going to pop right to the top here. In fact, let me get rid of all these now. And so if I minimize this window, my price alerts window, if it hits that price, it's going to trigger. And I'm going to see it because I saw it on the last one. It'll pop up because I've minimized it. I'll even put a sound alert on it. In case I wander away from my computer, I can hear it. So you won't miss it. So all I would do is I would just click on it, and then I'll see, is it breaking out on volume? And it's not the absolute volume. It's sort of in comparison to the previous candles. So it's not like I'm looking for, a specific dollar or volume amount. It's, if I look here, say on the 5-minute chart, well, I'd like to see something that was at least above these right here, popping up as an example. It's practice, practice, practice. There's no easy way around all this. Trade Ideas is a great scanner, but that's what it is. It's a scanning tool. Well, some like to take pullbacks. I'm just not a big pullback player. And why? The reason I'm not is because I don't want to have to concentrate on all sorts of different types of setups. I had to, starting out, I had way too many scanners, number one. I didn't want to miss any type of a setup. And consequently, I was madly clicking on alerts all day long and getting nothing done because I didn't want to miss any type of a setup. I don't want to miss a pullback. I don't want to miss a breakout. I don't want to miss this. I don't want to miss that. So I decided that, okay, I'll miss pullback trades. I'm fine with that. I'm happy with the way, my style of trading. On the charts, if you're trying to take these orange lines here, the brown lines here, these are the Bollinger Bands. So one of the things is maybe you're taking trades way outside. I don't always talk about it, but you'll hear this term a lot, mean reversion. Stocks tend to, once they're way above, say, a Bollinger Band, they'll tend to reverse to get back in maybe to the middle. You know, but if you're taking trades that are way above the Bollinger Band, probably not a good idea, as an example. Now, does that mean if a stock is way above the Bollinger Bands that it won't keep going? No. But, you know, if you just have the discipline, like you listen to William, William will never take, I don't think William will not take his shorts if the stock, even if it looks like it, you know, wow, this is ripe for shorting right now, he won't take it unless it's a certain, it's got to be above the Bollinger Band. He just won't do it. So, and will he miss shorting stocks that, you know, like for instance, this one right here, I'm almost guaranteed, even if this drop started to drop, he won't take the short. Am I right, William? And I use William as an example because, I mean, he's a great trader in the room, and he's been here. I'm just waiting. Maybe he's not. Maybe he can't hear me. Maybe he's not in the room today. But that would be an example of discipline. Okay, you know, you wait for your setup. You don't get it. You don't trade it. And the other thing is over trading. Now, believe it or not, I've never been one, in my opinion anyway, to overtrade. You know, I was probably, even if I weren't moderating a room, I made 5, maybe 6 trades a day, and very, very rarely more than 2 at a time. Very rarely. I think the, you know, the anxiety to get into a trade if you're not in a trade, and oh my gosh, I'm not in a trade, I got to be in one all day long, and you know, nothing's setting up, so you know what? I'll try to manufacture something almost out of boredom. Well, again, Vi, if you put the Bollinger Bands as an example, okay, you put the Bollinger Bands on your charts, okay. Whether you're using the Trade Ideas charts or somebody else's charts, these brown lines here are the Bollinger Bands, and you know, so there is a, call it a theory or a very, very discussed thing in which if the price is way above the Bollinger Bands, you know, don't take the trade long, because typically they'll do a mean reversion back down and even through. That's what I was trying to say. William, where are you? Exactly. No, Frank, exactly. Yeah, it is all subjective. I mean, some people trade 100 times a day, and you know, that's not over trading for them if they can do it. For me, you know, I was just one that I just wouldn't trade that much. You know, I wasn't comfortable trying to trade 20 or 30 times a day. But you're right, it's absolutely is subjective. There are people in here who trade a lot and are successful at it. But they better, if you're in, you know, you're in 10, 20 trades at a time, you better be having some kind of auto way of getting out of trades, because you cannot, in my opinion anyway, you cannot manage getting, you know, watching manually if you're in 20 or 30 trades at the same time. But as somebody certainly new to trading, I would never do that. Bollinger Bands, yeah, the Bollinger Bands, yes. Somebody asked me, the BB Bollinger Bands, yes. Where is William? All right, what is happening? LUMN. LUMN is, here's another earnings play, guys. I mean, look at this thing now, down underneath. Another thing I tend to look at, I know it's not necessarily any real science behind it, but I tend to look at stocks that are breaking below or above whole numbers. You know, I just find it psychological. How many, you know, I mean, I know the algos don't care, But I find that, breaking down below a whole number or above a whole number if you're going long, and then if it has room, when I say room, when you look at the higher time frames, where's the next high if you're going long, or the next low when you're going short? So for instance, if I wanted to take this one on a short, I'm going to be looking left, and the next low is 1173. And that could stall it. It's only one, on that week, it could stall it. It's the 200-day simple moving average, SMA. Yeah, I'm always aware where always aware where that is also. Not the EMA, not the 200-day EMA. I think almost universally, it's the 200-day simple moving average. I'm not saying nobody uses the 200 EMA on a daily chart, but I would say 99.9% of the people are aware of the 200-day simple moving average. So yes, definitely aware of it. One moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, I have the Bollinger Bands on all time frames, but I mean, listen, hard for me to concentrate on a lot of these indicators as, based on what I'm doing, explaining, etc., which is fine. But I think William uses the 5. Okay, he uses the 5, and he's pretty successful doing that. 5 on the 5-minute chart. There we go. So, William, am I correct? I was using you as an example of somebody who has intense discipline. Okay? So let's just say that Carr had actually broken down here, okay, at a consolidation, had broken down, okay? You would not have taken that short, correct? Because it was not above the 5-minute, the Bollinger Band and the 5-minute chart. Is that correct? Exactly, okay. So that's the discipline, okay? So, it had this broken down, it could be an awesome short. But William, with his discipline, would not take it because it doesn't meet his trading requirements. Okay, so that's, again, and so if that could have broken down and continued down $2, and you go, oh, well, it didn't, you know what? I mean, you just have to have the discipline to stick with your trading rules. And in his case, he wants also the stock to be up more. It's up 8%. I don't know what his minimum is. It might be 10%. So he's got some very, very solid rules that I can't remember the last time he ever deviated. And I use you as an example because you've been in the room for years now, it seems. And you do the same thing over and over and over again. There you go. When he deviates, he loses money. Not always, but most. So there you go. All right, so Under Armour actually appeared in the option scanner, I think, a couple of days ago. Had earnings on the 3rd, okay, pre-market, so that was yesterday. Now there was the reaction yesterday, pretty good. You look left on the monthly chart, what do you see? 26.45 is the next high. But let's look at the weekly chart. Is that the same? So it's above 24.57 there. So yes, on that weekly chart, that corresponds to that month. Okay, just give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Give me about, I don't know, 2 or 3 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm now back. Now, you'll notice in this room that I don't tell anybody what to buy or sell, okay? All I try to do is point out opportunities. If it meets your trading plan style, you can take a look. A lot of great traders in the room that you can take a look at, different styles from me. But I'm never going to say, okay, guys, everybody should buy UAA because it hit my option scanner, 24.55. Everybody should buy this, okay? If it meets your trading style, and it may not, because look, I mean, it's pretty extended right now. So even though it hit the option scanner, but you know me, I mean, I've got a lot of faith in that option scanner. I mean, it's been just so fantastic for several months now. But I'm not going to say, guys, you should take this trade. I talked about Hood all day yesterday and before, suggesting, you know, that that 38 IPO price was something to watch, and then the 40 of its high of the first day was something to watch and be aware of. You know, if it made sense to you, then maybe you took the trade. If it didn't, then you didn't take the trade. All right, guys, so here's another earnings play right at the bottom here, EVRI, right at the bottom, and look at the leg down it just made, EVRI. Again, you look left on that daily chart. What do you see? 2202. So it's below that, obviously, and then the next low, 2029. So I mean, it's got $1 until it hits that, until it encounters that. So you know, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. It's right here. 2078 is the low. So, you know, it's got about 50 cents to that low. And look at the volume coming into it, you know, on the way down. This is my favorite part of earnings season, guys, when you get all the big guys out of the way and then the lesser lights start releasing earnings and they can just have the big moves. This will be for another couple of weeks anyway, I think. I know when Stantec has earnings. Ooh. Yikes, after hours today. All right, haven't even looked. Wow, market's down. So the market's down. Dow's down quite a bit now. Fair amount, almost 300. SPY's down, and tech is down just a little bit. You'd never know it from the things that we see. Whoa, REDU from the auction scanner. Wow, I didn't see it. I must have been doing something else. I don't know where I was. 11:35 it came in. So 135 was the alert. It got up to 148. It is pulled back. More importantly, though, what's the next high looking left at 184? Okay, so this is a great example of something that has room. 133 is the high right there. 134. So it maintains over that, and there's a next high looking left is 184. So I mean, there is a really interesting one from the option scanner. It's got room on a percentage basis. Oh, so the other thing is, was there some news? Okay, so this is all to do with the China education stocks kind of rebounding today. Okay, so this is a little more emotional. Okay, it's not specific news to this, but the China education stocks are rebounding a bit today, and it's a low float, 16 million in the float. So let's take a look at SEER. Okay, so there's the 5-minute Bollinger Band right there, that brown line, so it's above it. Okay, number one. I'm looking at a channel also in my trading view. One day we'll have those, one day. And it is, now it's not trading very much, that's the only issue. It's, it's set, it's not even, not trading anywhere near. Now that it might be skewed because of that day though. It might be taking into account that day, 0.17 relative volume, but it's only 235,000 shares. So, and there is a bit of a spread issue, 26.10, 26.35. And I haven't even had a chance to look at my scanner, my watch list, what it's doing. Look at the METC. So I put this in here just in case it got really crazy and it could take all this out. I mean, it's had a nice 3-week run, especially this week though. Not an earnings, August 2nd post-market, so it released earnings on the 2nd. So the reaction was yesterday. Released after hours on the 2nd, so the reaction is on the 3rd, which is yesterday. There was the reaction. Continuation on earnings. A moment, please. There we go. Yeah, so what Real's talking about, blasted through that Bollinger Band, 139, got all the way up here, and then got hammered down. Now, will it hold? There's at the lower end now. I mean, I'm still obviously going to be long biased down the road on this one. So sometimes, it's just a matter of sticking a price alert and seeing if it retakes that price later on in the day, because it's got the room. Emotional. This is emotional because, I mean, this is all to do. Let's take a look at the other China education stocks. Are they doing the same thing? Yeah, so look at TAL. It is not. That's a little concerning then if you're looking at REDU. I mean, REDU should be kind of following suit, and I don't see any specific news for it. Yeah, so what you have to do, Richard, is you have to take maybe a top list window, create a top list window, and then attach the symbol list to it. If you don't know how to do that, I have a video that I did a while back. So you know how to create a symbol list. But in essence, what you would do is then now you create create a top list window, and then I'll pretend this is a top list window, and right-click Configure, and then Symbol Lists, and then if you don't see it over here in this, then Add Existing List, find it, highlight it, and then it'll move over here, and then this is a drop-down menu, only the following lists. Exclude, single symbol, etc. So pick only the following list and then check it. And then it gets attached to that top list window. And then you can see the symbols, sort of like in a watch list. Okay? Now, there's a question here for those of you with E-Trade. Could you have shorted EVK with E-Trade? In other words, does E-Trade have EVK shorts? Interactive Brokers does not. No? Okay, so here's an example. Okay, guys. How did that one do out of that halt? O-N-E. Not bad. I mean, what a move. 121%. It's maybe the craziest move. Again, no data to display. So they announced the receipt of NYSE non-compliance, and boom. All right, guys, it's 11:40 already. It's been an incredibly fast morning for me anyway. So what I want to do is just put the YouTube link in. And again, all the questions you may have about using Brokerage Plus. Okay, you can head over there at noon because Michael will be there again. Notice here, guys, see, I left that stop in and I got stopped out. See how that worked? So I took the $100 loss in the simulator just to show you. I didn't want to take the stop out. Wanted to show you how that worked. Now it has bounced a bit. You know, it's 8 cents above where I got out. So maybe, maybe if this had been a true trade that I was taking, I could maybe say to myself, okay, maybe it was a little bit early, and maybe it'll start to work now. Kev. Yeah, I think we found out no shorts available for EVK. Oh, I see. You know what, Kev? That has been asked several times, and William, who uses E-Trade, says there is no way. I mean, not easily anyway. Just one moment, please. Twinkies. Look at Twinkies. Man, I'm sure this must be look at this, another earnings play. Look at this. I mean, just ahead of earnings. Oh, just one moment, please. Yeah, so that's what I used to do, William, when I had Questrade, because Questrade would not indicate. So yeah, I would put, say I wanted to short Twinkie, okay? I'd put a an order in to short one share at $30. I mean, the stock's at 15, and it would tell me immediately whether shorts were available. So I mean, there's a way around it, but I cannot believe that E-Trade doesn't have something similar to Interactive Brokers to just show you immediately. But it is what it is, guys. You get what you pay for. I'm sure you meant 985, Poe. I'm sure you meant 985, not 885. Another earnings play, guys. Look at this one. I don't know anything about this company. I mean, I know I can read about it, but I don't know anything about this company. Cour, C-O-U-R. Look at the gap. Now, UMN, guys, now starting to move down, and look, I mean, there's that low. I mean, this is, I know it seems easy, but just have to keep looking left and see if they take out these areas. And I mean, this has just been look at this daily candle, LUMN. And what do we see over here? I mean, it's got room to that 11 level, LUMN, straight down in the 15s after that little jog up. Okay, just a minute, please. Sorry. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Bill. So what I was trying to say is these are tendencies, okay? So Vi, you might want to go to Investopedia or something like that and read about mean reversion. Okay, these are tendencies. So a stock way above the Bollinger Band has a tendency to come back down through, and there is a point between the two of them. That's the tendency to get back down there. Does it happen all the time? Of course not. But these are tendencies. But you should read about mean reversion. It's just sort of math, and how in general stocks can react. Now look at LUMN, guys. I mean, this has just been. Again, where's that next low? I have to keep reminding myself. 1165, so it's below that now. So 1123 is the next low looking left on that weekly chart for LUMN. I mean, it's just, you talk about trend. You know, we're getting lots of trending plays now. Remember, I don't know, last week I was just kind of bemoaning the fact, didn't get very many trending plays. Look at these trending plays. We see a lot of stocks, not necessarily, well, more on the downside, I think, than on the upside. You know, I wish I had followed this RYTM a lot more closely. I know it's an AI alert. That's not the reason, because if you were in the pre-market, you know I mentioned that it had 2 downgrades this morning. Hadn't moved an exceptional amount, but I mean, this, and it's not earnings, so it was earnings yesterday, pre-market yesterday. So there was the reaction, and this is just continuation down off earnings. So this is what Real is talking about. So this is not a, you know, does it always have to be? I mean, I don't think Real is, you know, follows the exactly that it has to be way above the 5-minute Bollinger Band, but you know, it's flirting with it right there. So you've got the change from the open as a filter in your single stock window. Nope. Okay. Are you you're looking at the difference between these two numbers? I mean, that's not the change from the open. Of course, that's the change from the close. Oh yeah, that's the change from the close. That's typically what most people look at. I thought you meant you had the change from the open here, and it was different from your top list. All right, guys, listen, I'm going to have to put my announcement in here because Michael is going to be showing up any time now. Okay, so again, if you have questions, about using Brokerage Plus, maybe creating your own strategies, things like that, Michael's your man. He'll be there between 12 and 1, okay, in our YouTube room. I'll pop the link in again. I'm just waiting for him to tell me that he's showing up. I'll pop the link in one more time. So please, please. No, there was Steve was supposed to be in today, but he was sick. I know Michael was in Monday and Tuesday, but that was because we've got guys on vacation this week, but Steve is sick today, so he couldn't do it. Yeah, so Don, if you add the Bollinger Bands, you notice here as an indicator. Yeah, this is a standard. I think most people are using a 20 period and a 2 standard deviation. So that's what these are. I'm aware of it, okay? I'm aware of it. It's not that I'm glued to watching when stocks are above or below, but I'm definitely aware of it. Major concern to report, David? Well, maybe if it's anything to do with Brokerage Plus, or Michael will be there very soon. And in fact, I think he's going to be in the room now. He's just typing. All right, he's there. It depends what it is, David. I mean, if it's something to do with Brokerage Plus or something else, maybe Michael can answer. But otherwise, yeah, send it to info@trade-ideas.com. Okay, guys, I'm going to, I'll stop streaming now, Michael.
All right, guys, day 3. Let me start by testing the sound here. That worked. Great. Now, and then I just hit this, and we should be good to go. Let me just move that a little bit out of the way for now. Awesome. So, as always, right, we take some time, give Barry some much needed time off, and open up the room to questions. If you guys are sick of hearing my voice, don't worry. I'm sure there'll be someone else on this week, but it's summer, so we got a lot of vacations going on, and Steve's just not feeling the best today. So we do what we need to do, right? So I hope Steve's feeling better soon, but you guys got to listen to me for now. So as always, again, the next hour is for questions. Feel free to ask away. Any questions you have, I'll try my best to tackle them. If I can't, then we'll send that off to support, and someone will definitely help you out there. Michael, how to make a formula where the price is set at the last trading day's low. Okay, so first let me get you just again, in case someone else has the same question, the custom video. Just so that you've got that. I know you would, but there just may be people that don't. That's a nice video that goes right through it. And let's take a look. Let's explore this together and see how we would do it, right? So we got to go to trade ideas. Just pull that off screen for a second, and right, because the video shows you exactly where the codes are and what they are, so we can start from there. So you click on your custom formula section and you go down to the bottom, and right, these two things right here, here and here. If the codes are here, then we can do it. And if the codes aren't there, then we can't do it. So that makes it pretty straightforward having that good documentation up there. So what are we looking at? We're looking at the price of today, I'm assuming, is at today's low. So you can do that with a custom, and all you have to do is take a look. So let's look at, or at the last day's low, right? So, right, let's just search this document for low and see what comes up here. So that low says today's low, so that's not what you want. And that's the pre-market low, so that's not what you want. So there's previous day's low right here. So just take that code, right? Subtract it from price, which, right, is right here. And there's your formula. Right? So it would say something like low P, low underscore P minus price. And then just set that at a 0 or very low number, depending on how low you want it to be. Now, you don't even need a custom for this, and I'll just let you know that as well. So let's just open up a new, it doesn't matter, new alert window. And we have what's called position and range, which is one of my favorite filters that we have, if not my favorite filter that Trade Ideas has. So again, you may already know this, but I'll just do a quick explanation for people who don't. But let's say, for example, I'll draw a very crude candlestick. Let's say that that is, for this example, yesterday's candlestick, but we have it for 5 days, 10 days, yearly, 6 months, 30 minutes, right? A whole bunch of different kinds. Basically, what we would do, how Trade Ideas would take this, is that they would take a look at this high and this low. And this high would just be set at 100%, right? And then this low would be at 0%. Right? So then obviously the middle, you're talking 50. And this is just an easy way to say, where do I want the price to exist in yesterday's range? So if what you're looking for is you're looking for stocks near the low end of yesterday's range, well, you're looking for somewhere around 0. So you may say, I want the high or the max value of this filter to be 5, and maybe I want the min to be -5 or something like that. And what that will do is it will give you stocks that are within that range. So you could use the custom that I just pasted there and make that a small number, or you could do it this way. I prefer to do it this way, A, because you're not using one of your custom slots and you don't have to go through the pain to build it. But B, this position and range thing really makes it so that you're not worried about, the price of the stock. Like, for example, right, that low P minus price that I pasted in there, say you make that minimum 5 cents. Well, on a $1,000 stock, that's going to make sure it's right near the low of the range. But on a $1 stock, right, 5 cents is 5%. And then vice versa, if you convert it to a percentage, then away you go. So again, Fernando, and I know you know this because we've chatted about it a bunch, you cannot do anything where it moves in any way, shape, or form. Right? The stop is out there, and the stop is out there, and that's it. But you could set it at yesterday's low just by taking that low P minus price and have an initial stop at yesterday's low. But as you know, right, that those don't adapt at all. Like I know we've been through that, so don't need to beat that dead horse. But yeah, so if you're looking for a stop, then I'd say that custom's the best, right? It will put the stop at yesterday's low. Again, it won't move or change, but again, just to let other people know who may not have asked that question before. I actually have the same kind of formula for some of my. Is it going to be here? Yeah, stop at yesterday's low. So I do the same thing. But again, knowing that it doesn't move or adjust with price, it just sets it there, and then you can do whatever you want with it after that. Custom stops get interesting if you really want to play with the formula, right? Again, they just set a distance away from price, but I'm always working on trying to come up with some sort of adaptive stop thing for my swings that will use some if-then scenarios. I haven't found anything I'm super happy with yet, but it's a cool premise to try to find some sort of stop that initially, right? Because again, it only initially moves to a certain price. Something that you'll like from there. Again, the only trailing stops within trade ideas. And again, I'm not saying this for you, Fernando, because I know you've asked this question a couple times. But it's only going to be a traditionally trailing stop right now if you want to set it like that. And again, I know I've explained to you why, but for other people, we are working on more adaptive stops, but it means we need to have the server tech because we need to hold the stop, right? So the stops we send right now are just held by interactive brokers. So we need to be able to kind of hold those ourselves to make them move like that, right? So that's not a 1 day or even a 1 month or even a 6 month project, right? That's going to be a long term project because we're not going to want to launch it with it not being rock solid, right? Especially, something as simple as a swing trading at the low of yesterday's range, right? You got to log on once a day and you've got to drag one line. You got to take a click and a flick of your mouse. So it's not that it's not like it's that big of a deal, but for some of the intraday stuff, it might be cool to do different things that are a little bit faster to update. Because, of course, we'll never suggest that you leave a bot completely unattended to manage your risk. That just seems to be asking for trouble. So what do we got here? So I got a couple day trades here. I've mirrored these from my other account just with drastically different sizing. I bought some hood on this pullback, just bid in on this pullback, and then I'm in this CLDX from Neo. Because as you guys know, that's CDLX. I just trade Neo primarily, unless there's something crazy going on like hood. I just really like these kind of sideways bases, and then the waiting for the moving averages to kind of catch up, and then a breakdown from there is one of my bread and butter day trading setups. They don't come along every day, but when they do, I'm happy to see them. So again, this is entire hour for Q&A, so feel free to ask questions as they come. My questions usually lead to me ranting about things, and that helps fill the time. Because really not seeing too much in the market today at all. Right? we did a great successful test of this resistance area that I drew in. Every time we break below it, you can see all the bottoming tails right below this resistance. That's, to me, generally a very bullish sign. Just means that every time we dip under, there's somebody waiting to buy, kind of in this zone right here. Somebody, generally an institution, a group of traders, things like that. So, until, right, that's broken and held below, or this is, broken and held above, we're kind of existing in this no man's land of chop when it comes to the SPY. Now, I'm spending a lot more time looking at the RSP. And I mentioned before, but people who weren't there, the RSP is an equal weight index, whereas the SPY is a cap weighted, which just basically means that in the SPY, the larger the company, the more effect it has on the index, right? So if you have two companies and you have a $1 trillion company and you have a $1 million company, right? The $1 trillion company is going to take way more of the SPY up than RSP, which is an equal weight, and they'll be treated equally. So generally speaking, you'll get, they're going to be heavily correlated, but I just think the RSP gives you a little bit of a better indication of kind of what's actually going on. Versus the SPY, that's basically just showing you a lot of, hey, here's what Apple and Google and Microsoft and all that. Fernando, I know I got this one yesterday. You may not have heard me, though, but it's for our pre-market data range. Same with post-market, because I know you had that question yesterday, too. Might have cut out. So basically the data we have, which starts at 6. Yeah, Kev, I am. The AI performance has been doing much better. There was some adjustments to the stops. I was noticing that even though the stops theoretically were correct, in practice, in the real world, they were coming through a little bit too tight in a lot of cases. And that's going to be common and that's why it's important, again, just to never just take a bot and say, I'm just going to do this and follow this thing and right, not think, so as I was watching it, I was saying, yeah, in theory, this is the best thing to do it. But, in reality, there's going to be things like slippage and spreads and things like that. So I basically just went into the system and said, hey, open them up a bit more, a little bit more room to breathe. And ever since then, it's been performing better and the trades have been more chill, if that makes sense as a descriptor. You're not buying with a super tight stop or anything like that. It's letting them go a bit more, which for me allows the users to, maybe have it auto traded where a worst case stop goes out and then they adjust it. And I think CDLX is a perfect example, right? The stop is up here and that's all well and good for an initial stop. But when I look at this trigger candle that happened right here, I'm not going to put my stop all the way up here. So I kind of put my stop, a little bit above $90. So I was able to risk way less than the AI is and able to hopefully, right, perform better than the AI is on this trade, just because I was able to size up a little bit more with a little bit tighter stop. But For people using the auto entries, right, it would have entered right here and it would have put a nice wide stop out right there. And then the user could decide if they wanted to keep that or lower it down or move it from there. So that was a little bit of adjustment done to the AIs just to give everything a little bit more breathing room. And that's the funny thing about working with algorithms or an AI or something like that. Again, there's the people with the mind of it should just be a black box and I should be able to let it go and go golfing and stuff like this. But in reality, it's more of kind of like a give and take. I've noticed, there in some cases there's. I wanted to click on this one. I wanted to see how Grail was doing. It's more of a give and take in which the AI learns from us. So that's something that I taught it, I guess, for lack of a better descriptor. But then at the same time, sometimes the AI does stuff that I didn't think it would, and then I learn from it. So it's this kind of feedback loop that we're always trying to keep going where, if we notice as traders, which I think is the difference between us and, like an MIT or something trying to work on the same concept, is that we have a whole bunch of smart traders who've been trading for long periods of time sitting around evaluating these things. So we can take a look at it, and if we look at it over a few weeks and we say, that's, it's pretty wide, in the way that it's trading, maybe we should then go and tighten it up or do some sort of a change. And then sometimes the AI discovers something that we didn't think of as traders, but then it's something that we start to bring more into our repertoire. So there's been absolutely nothing from Grail today. That's very interesting. Yeah, so we've only had one stop out, and that was the ZY, and this thing's just insane. Getting Boros on it would have been super hard as well. You could have done it, but you probably would have paid out the nose. But just an insane mover. And then everything else is in profit. So with good risk management techniques, it's a good day. Even if you just let it go, right, and you just put it in moderate mode, you're doing well. But again, right, I think an algorithm should always be a guide. Computers are not smarter than humans yet. Someday, maybe. But it's adaptability, I think, that makes the trader more than anything. Rigidness of I need this or I need that, then away we go. So as always, again, questions are fantastic. We got another 40 minutes. I know it's, summer afternoon, midweek, something to info, then they'll get to you. We have a really good group there at info, so they'll look after you for sure. Made 10K on trade and then gave 2K back. Well, there's back in the old trading firm, and this was something that I've never found another firm that did, but I always thought was a great idea. They had in their risk management software, they had most prop firms do this part where you have a daily risk, right? So the risk manager of the prop firm says, okay, Michael, based off your past performance, if you lose, 2,000 in a day, that's when the system's going to shut you off and you go home for the day and kind of, figure out what's going wrong with you for that day. And it's sometimes your strategy just doesn't work, right? Find me a find me a trader who says they make money every day, and I found you a liar, basically. So sometimes your strategy just doesn't fire. So a lot of cases, what would happen is you would size accordingly so that if you lost, say, 3 trades in a row, that would be your daily stop out. You'd go home and try again tomorrow. But they also had what they called a loss from top, and it was basically like a trailing stop on your equity curve. Which I always thought was a great idea. And any traders that I mentor now, I always suggest the same thing where, you basically take a look and say, hey, this is the equity that you made. So for example, and 20% was generally a good rule, right? You would get, so, you make $1,000 and then you say, okay, well, if my P&L ever reads a pullback of 20% of more that day, right, it's time to cut it and take off. And think of it just like a lot of people will, take a trade and say, okay, I'm going to stay in this one until it breaks a moving average. It's the same kind of concept with your equity, right? You would take an equity curve moving average and cut below it. And I was reading the new Market Wizards, which was good. I think it's called the Unknown Market Wizards, the new one that Schwager put out, which was really good. Every book that he has, I think, is a must read for traders. And there was a lot of talk on that. There was a handful of those traders that's to some extent what they did as well, in which they had a plan or a philosophy or something, that said, hey, if this is working, stick with it. If, say my equity drops under, XYZ, then get me out. And not just for, not just for looking at the equity curve, but even a strategy. So like a back tested strategy, right? So, say maybe you run a back test on a strategy, right? And the equity curve of that strategy kind of looks like this. And then all of a sudden it does this. Well, they'll actually plot, say, a moving average on their equity curve and say, okay, well, now that this is going on, I'm going to stop trading that particular strategy, and then I will wait until, in backtest anyway, it reclaims that moving average, and then I'll start trading it again. So that's super interesting. That author, Jack Schwager. Just look up the Market Wizards. He's a legend when it comes to this. They're great books. They're basically him interviewing top traders. Name a big name trader, like really big guy. They've probably interviewed them, right? Really successful guys with verified track records for the long term. And there are these little interviews with them. And what I love about them, and again, any traders that I mentor or talk to and they're looking for reading materials, I always suggest this, is just noticing that even though all of these traders have completely different processes to the market, some are fundamental and some are technical and some are social and some are, derivatives based and all of these things. the it's important to kind of look at where the similarities, like, again, they're all very focused on risk management. They're all looking for really asymmetric risks. Um, all of these type of things where even though they're looking at the market through different set of eyes and different principles, there's like certain through threads that every single one of these successful traders have, right? They're all humble, right? Anyone out there says, "Oh, I've figured it out. I've got the system," right? That guy's gonna have a bad time at some point. They all have very systematic trading plans and philosophies and approach to the markets. Again, they're always very asymmetric in their return profiles. They're because none of them say, "Oh, I'm right every time," or "I'm right 80% of the time." Even again, any trader who's telling you he's right 80% of the time is a liar. And then so it's just interesting to see, right? You take all these people from, some are holding for minutes and some are holding for years and all this stuff, and they're all kind of looking at different things, and they come back as well. Oh yeah, he's got a whole series. So the new one that just came out, I think, is called The Unknown Market Wizards, but they go way back. I've read them all. I think they're phenomenal. Glimpses inside of the brains of people who are doing it, and no one gets in a Market Wizard books without showing, like, 10 years of audited financial statements and stuff like this. He's not just pulling people from the internet onto it. Like, these are verifiable, amazing traders. Like, most of them, they have to post year over year performance, well over 50%. Most of them for like 10 years before he'll even kind of consider chatting with them. It's one of those things everybody would love to be in a Market Wizards books. They're massive in our community, right? So, anyone who sells a service or a newsletter or anything would love to be in there. I think Trade Ideas was mentioned in one of those. I have a whole, if you guys are interested, I can get it. I have a whole video series of books that I like for different things related to trading. Let me get that. Question: some of the stocks are not shortable at IB. AI tried to short them. Any way you can improve this for the AI? No, and we're not planning on it, because just because they're not shortable in your broker doesn't mean they're not shortable. So I think there was one from today's list that was not shortable in your broker, but they could be shortable in other people's brokers, right? So there's no way to know beforehand what that particular broker will have access to, but the other brokers, we have people that trade with us with prop firms and hedge funds and all types of stuff. So, it's going to be different for everybody. And then even that EVK, which I think is the only not shortable one, you could have went and borrowed. You would have had to, again, pay out the nose through it. But so it's just too personal to worry about. Where is there? Playlists. Yeah, so here is a copy if you just want to hear more about me rambling about books. I'm not a big reader, but I'm a big Audible guy. If I'm outside working out or walking the dogs or something like that, my theory is always, why not listen to something, stimulate the mind, right? How to get Brokerage Plus window into a docked window. So, come on. Main way to do it right now is just to, if you go into your settings, and I'll close this, but yeah, you go tools, options, and it'll bring up this options menu. And then under layout, there's an option to open new windows in docked windows. And then if you save that, then any window, so let me select this dock, and then I'm going to go into here, and I'll go new, brokerage plus. And you see how that popped up inside the dock. And that setting will also, if you're interested, it will also make it so that everything pops up inside of a dock. So you don't have to open it and then duplicate it into a dock. So generally speaking, I have that in the same vein so that I can just go and put everything inside of docks. I don't really have any free floating ones anymore. No problem, Bill. Yeah, I just like the concept of, it's all in one place. If you look, I only have uh, these two windows open. This is all I have on this, VPS, right? This isn't my permanent virtual machine, but it's the VPS for. Uh-oh, is my dog gonna defend us against something? No. Okay. He got to the window. Nothing's there. It's false alarm. Yeah. So anything by Jack Schwager's good. Anything by Brett Steenbarger's amazing. I've known Brett for a while now. He's the foremost trader psychologist that exists. He's fantastic. Mark Douglas, right? Trading in the Zone. That's kind of a Bible to us traders. Very important book. It's very good highlight of what trying to think like a trader, right? Because this game is all psychology. Right? I can usually tell pretty quickly by chatting to someone who's going to have an easy time and who's going to have a hard time with a lot of this stuff, and it has to do with almost how zen the person is, right? I always say that the type A's have a really hard time when it comes to trading. The people who are like, this should work like this should listen to that every time on Trader Timeout. Yeah. Because trading is one of those things where it's like not, if you're a type A personality in, the corporate world, in the business world, you can push your way through a lot of things, right? You can, if you're a salesman, being aggressive and hardworking and all these things, these are massive benefits to you. In trading, you take the trade, right, and you monitor the trade, and then it's just the market doesn't care what you think, right? It's one of those things that it doesn't matter what you do as a trader. You take the trade, you accept the risks, you understand again that there's no trader in the world that's accurate 100% of the time, or even 90, or even 80, 70. I would say you're probably a god. And then you just have to kind of let the cards fall where they may. So most traders, I find, have the most amount of difficulty with the fact that, and I have a video I have to finish editing that talks all about this, that I just call treat trading like a sport, because in a sense, it kind of is, in which it's, most of the time a trader spends should be spent honing the craft and trading and around things and things like that. But the the actual act of trading is very simple. It's just hitting a button, right? It's all the stuff that goes on between your ears that becomes the thing that complicates it. So it becomes a conundrum, right? It's one of the only industries that doesn't, I don't want to say it doesn't reward hard work, but it doesn't directly reward hard work, right? There's nothing you can do individually per trade to increase your probabilities, right? It's just all done on aggregate after thousands of trades. Which again is why I always say before I hit the button every single time is, what do I do with what would happen if I hit this button 10,000 times? What would be the aggregate result? And that will decide whether I take the trade or not. Richard, some alerts are only active during regular hours, and some aren't. I don't have the PDF on me, but if you email info@trade-ideas.com, they have a list written up there where they have these are the ones that are active that will work during the market, and these are the ones that aren't. So the main culprit is usually something that uses relative volume for the pre-market issues. So if you're, I would say from when I worked in support, that was people came in and said my thing's not working pre-market. 9 times out of 10, it was the relative volume filter, or something there, a alert that used relative volume. But yeah, it's just one of those things that if if it works in pre-market, you don't need to do anything with the time setting. It will just work in pre-market as well. If it works, if it doesn't, then it's just regardless of what you do to the time filter, it won't. Oh, no problem, Richard. That's why I'm here. Again, 20 more minutes for questions. Feel free to ask away as the market is in a range on the daily chart and in a range intraday. Not a whole lot exciting going on. My CDLX is also chopping sideways. Again, these are the only 2-day trades that I have in my real account. I don't have with the same size as in this guy. I just take them bigger in the demo account for fun. Basically have 1/10 of that. Those are the only two, trades I got going on. I took this CRSR with you guys yesterday. Again, the idea was, coming into this prior low when it was bouncing up here. Took that short, kind of, I think my average price was $28.50. I got out in this area, so it was just a nice little scalp. But that's just why, I didn't do that today until I knew I'd be back on stream, so that's why it's still showing there. And then, Hood, the idea was, obviously strong stock. You don't need to be a CMT like myself to say that's in an uptrend. So when it pulled back and it was kind of bouncing around just above lows of the day, I bid in, I picked some up there, and then again, CLDX was a Holly trade. Same concept, right? It's weak stock, pulled back a bit, and then was just bouncing around, just looking for continuations. That's kind of my style of trading. It's boring, but trading should be boring, right? My process is find a trend, find a pullback in that trend, find a way to get into that pullback. Understand that at best, with my technical analysis skills and just the randomness of the market, I'll be right 50 to 60% of the time. So then the game is, how do I risk the least amount possible in order to make the most amount possible? And that's the end of her. Is it possible to lock the alert windows? Not right now, but that's a good idea. I know what you're saying. Sometimes I grab like something like that by mistake and I pull it out. Right? I'll just pull out a chart and go, oh, I didn't mean to do that. Right? So I think that's a good idea. I'll bring that up. See if there's a way that they can easily kind of make that work as opposed to the way it works now. There we go. Now I got a big chart. The stock composite rating. I'm sure Info has a more detailed explanation, but the stock composite rating is basically a combination of statistical and technical type of things in order to rank a stock, right? So we sat and we did a bunch of back testing and math and algorithms, and then also just some trader common sense. So for example, think of it like this: if the stock's above its 200-day moving average, we'll give it 5 points as a random number. If the stock is profitable, we'll give it another 5 points. And if the stock's profitability is growing year over year, we'll give it another couple points, and so on and so forth. So, better behaving is going to be entirely up to you and your trading plan, but it basically just means that these are indicators or filters that we deem, if it has, it's going to have points added to it. So the more higher the higher the number of the stock composite rating, with an upward limit of 100 is the highest it can get, basically is just saying the technicals, as most traders would look at it, are strong. The fundamentals, as most traders would look at it, are also strong. And then some statistical additions for just because I like math, basically. So generally speaking, if you find something with a high composite rating, it's going to be both strong on the chart and then strong under the hood, right? So things like cash to debt ratio and earnings and earnings growth and things like this will assign. But since it's all value driven, you could have something that in theory has a bunch of fundamental things for it, but not as many technical things for it, and it would show a higher amount, and vice versa. And I think now that I'm thinking about it, the best way to find, I don't know if they have a description here, but is the help doc. That always lags this back. Never mind. But Yeah, we don't give out the exact formula, or else, right, another company or whatever could just come along and steal it. And I will say it's kind of the concept that got me thinking about the price alert system, or the strength alert system, in which the idea was simply, as opposed to a a binary style of trading, that, right, that says if this then this. It's more of, I guess you could look at it like a weight of the evidence approach, where it's taking every stock in the market and it's ranking it by certain things, and then applying that weight of the evidence to show you what is classified as the best, which is an interesting way. It's something I'm still, you know, milling about in my head. It seems almost like a different way to look at stocks and at trading, kind of in general, is weight of the evidence as opposed to kind of binary type of thing. Can we set price alerts and trend line? Just horizontal at this time. You could use like moving averages and stuff just by creating an alert window and assigning that alert window to a symbol list of things that you're looking to trade. And that would probably be a pretty solid workaround for that. But for actual just trend lines, we don't have that math in place right now. Oh, no problem, Marty. Got another 10 minutes. Get your questions in before Barry comes and gives me the hook. He gets withdrawal, I know, if he's not streaming for any length of time. Right, he needs all that attention, or he starts to get sad. It's very true about Barry, yeah. So when he's back, make sure you just tell him He's a swell dude. And pump his head up a bit. I know he misses you guys. CEMI. Am I in CEMI? Got an email from, oh yeah, I am. Just got an email from IB. I don't like a whole lot that IB does, but I do like that they'll email you if you're in something that could be problematic, like gap ups and or earnings and upgrades and downgrades and things like that. Because I forget way more than I should, for sure. Again, if it was sent to info@trade-ideas.com, I'm sure it's there and they'll take a look at it. Right, it's just going to be... Right, we've got great minds there. They'll take a look at it. They'll, try to figure out if it's something that's kind of just on your end or if it's something that's reported by others, right? We've got thousands of people all the time using Brokerage Plus, so sometimes there's just hiccups and bugs because that just occurs in every piece of technology, which is why we never recommend leaving a robot connected to your money completely unsupervised. But if it's something that's common, then it's going to be a bug, and we're going to fix it. If it's a one-off, then we'll take a look to see, what we can do about it as well, right? So they'll take it and they'll triage it and definitely get back to you. But I looked at it and I saw your name in there, so it's there and it's on the list. Hood's bouncing nicely. I knew Hood was going to do good the second everybody hated it, right? One thing that just seems to be an unshakable commonality amongst trading and in the rest of the world is that the people who are negative about everything, 9 times out of 10 are wrong. Right? The more hate, the better things seem to work sometimes. So that was a lot of my premise of owning it. I had it for a swing, and then I had it for a day, and we'll go from there. Oh, no worries, David. Again, we got a crack team over there. No email gets ignored. Everyone gets pushed through and investigated, and then if it can be solved with the support team, great. If not, it gets passed up to the devs, and they take a look at it, and they go from there. But a really good group there, really hard workers. So we got 4 minutes for any more questions. Oh, Hood, yeah. I don't. Again, I'm Canadian, so it's not up here, so I couldn't use it if I wanted to, but I wouldn't, right? I don't think anybody, you know, I don't like the whole concept of zero commission brokers even, because they're getting their money from you by selling your order flow and all this kind of stuff anyway. So you're paying anyway. It's just, right, whether you see it in the commission field or whether you see it in the realized profit field, right? It's getting deducted. But it's just one of those that, there's the company and then there's the stock, right? And if you're an investor, there's going to be more overlap between those two. But for us that are more short-term traders, they should be completely separate, right? You can have awful companies just rallying. Again, look at GME and AMC, right? If you shorted either of those during their rocket phase, you got completely and utterly rolled over. Even though they're both, bad failing companies. But right, you can't trade them based off of that. You got to trade them based off what you see. Right? And same as if you were buying GME down here because, you thought it was a good company. It's just they're in downtrends, right? So even if you think it's a good company, so I would always wait. I don't see anything wrong with having a fundamental view on something, but then I always think you should use your charting knowledge and your trading knowledge to try to get a good, an entry on that, right? If you're bullish on a company and that company's just in a downtrend, getting hammered, well, put it on a list somewhere. Wait for it to at least stop going down. Wait for it to start being in an uptrend. And grab it there, and vice versa, right? If you're in a company and you think it's a great company, but it started to enter a downtrend, well, get out, and then if and when it turns, you can just pop back in, and that's the beauty of what we get to do as traders, and our advantage over hedge funds and large institutions is they're stuck. It takes them a long time to get in, a long time to get out, and all of this, but we can be nimble. We can be in one day and out the other. And even if you're paying commissions, it's only a few bucks. So it shouldn't break the bank. Yeah, I feel bad for a lot of the Wall Street bets guys, just because this is going to be their first foray into the market, and they're going to think that Big Daddy hedge fund won and kicked their ass and all this, but it's not the way it worked, right? Who they lost money to was the market makers selling them options. It was traders like me who has been shorting aggressively these names as they bounce, right? It's you entered the arena. Again, I just feel bad that a lot of them will be exits. I would take a look at that book list playlist I put above. I would say for scalping, scalping is more of a psychological game than any other style of trading. From someone who did it for years and years and years as for a living. So I would focus on the psychology books because, when you're scalping, the margin for error mentally is way lower. Simply because it's, you don't have time to slowly and carefully analyze things, when the market's closed and all that. Everything is done on the fly. So you have to make sure that your mental game as a scalper is way more on point than, an intraday position trader or a swing trader or something like that. So, I think for scalping, it's more important that you get your head on straight and more important that you have a trading plan that you wrote yourself that by the back of your hand, right? Because it's going to be paramount that when you're trading that you're able to call on that plan from memory at any point without ever having to to think or deeply analyze because you just don't have time, right? Options, not a big options guy, but from the playlist that I sent, I'll copy that down as well. I had one all about trading, and for technical analysis, I would always suggest, admittedly, the title's not the best, but technical analysis using multiple time frames by Brian Shannon, I think is a great book. He's a great trader. I've known him for a while. And it's a really nice breakdown of a book about how to use multiple time frames when technically trading, which I think is very important, right? How do you start with X time frame and then zoom into Y, and away it goes. And it basically kind of breaks down a technical system too, which I think is great. Oh, I think Barry is giving me the hook, guys. Let me just check with him. I always worry about if turning off the stream before he's good to go. Sometimes it kicks everyone out, and that wouldn't be any fun. Oh, no problem at all, guys. I don't think I'm back tomorrow, but maybe Jamie will. Hopefully not. But maybe Jamie won't be feeling too good, in which I'll be back again. But it was great hanging out with you guys. And as always, my day is normally Tuesday. Just doing multiple days because, people are on vacation or not feeling too good. So I will talk to you guys at the latest next Tuesday.
This back here, $84, okay? I'm not saying it's going to get to $84, okay? But that is what they're looking at. And for those of you in YouTube, I've been talking about LUMN on this short, just straight down, nice and orderly earnings play. The theme of the day is breaking the 200-day moving average. Yeah, see, it broke the 200-day moving average right up here for LUMN. And we have a halt, guys. You got a zest for life. Here you go. Ooh, on the way down, though. So this is halted on the way down. Zest. Well, the market's really down, though. Well, I see. You mean right now. I mean, a little bit of a move up. Yeah, the market's overall down. But it's trading on its own. I mean, it's a classic alpha stock. Even if the market were moving up, I'm almost 100% sure it would be doing the same thing. Trading on its own because it's an earnings play. So again, guys, tomorrow, I've got my earnings plays up, my earnings plays down. All right, these are two scans I'm sharing. If you want to just take a look at these two, and it's all you did tomorrow, you'd probably find some very good potential trades. I have it sorted on the position in the day's range. So when I see a stock, especially at the beginning of the day, but I see a stock, so this one is just made a new high. That doesn't mean I just pile into the trade. And there's quad. So the interesting thing, the way this is color coordinated, is that you see quad. If it's green there, that means it's up for the day, but it's making a new low for the day. But it is up for the day in terms of, where it closed yesterday. That's why, so it's up 6%, but it's making a new low for the day. So at a glance, you can kind of say, that's interesting. I mean, still up, but it's making new lows. It's a great visual presentation. The reverse could have been true, you know, of some stock that's at the high of the day but still below yesterday's close. Well, not positive earnings. You know, there's so many things that go into earnings, though. You know, you can read a release and it can say revenues are up, earnings are up, everything's up, but they guide poorly. Okay, so you might look at something and say, well, how come it's not up? Well, they've guided poorly, or they could have what you would call a positive earnings release, but maybe they haven't met expectations. You know, maybe they have, you know, a positive dollar per share pop, and maybe the market was expecting $1.50. In other words, there's no way to know what a positive earnings release is or a negative one is, really. I mean, within reason. The only thing you can do is, you know, have this earnings. These are the earnings plays up. These are the earnings plays down. If they release earnings and the stock's up, the reaction is positive, obviously. You know, with the LUMN, the reaction was obviously negative. But that doesn't mean you could have a negative, what we could call a negative earnings release. In other words, they lost money, revenues, etc. But maybe they didn't lose as much as what the analysts were expecting. You know, things like that. So it's hard to quantify something like that. I guess that's the bottom line. It's hard to quantify. That makes sense? I mean, I don't know LUMN. I didn't read it. I don't know if it was like the worst earnings release in the world. But you know, I mean, it has just been met horribly. But even pre-market, I mean, it wasn't. In fact, take a look at this. Take a look at this. They released after hours, right? Okay, so they released after hours. LUMN released after hours. Okay, post-market, August 3rd, post-market. Look at the initial reaction. Popped up to almost 14, okay? Came back down, but then, you know, again, this mauve area is after hours. At first glance, you would say, oh, it must be a positive release, right? Because it's positive after hours. Then they started to drift down, but even in the pre-market, it's not like this was down like 10% in the pre-market. The market had to open to get the reaction. So how do you quantify? How would you ever even quantify that? You know, at the beginning, it looked great. Now it's not so good. It's the same. It's the same for the same reason why I don't hold companies through earnings. I can read so many glowing reports, analysts saying, "Oh, this is going to be an earnings blowout, this, that." I won't hold through earnings ever, okay? Because it's still unpredictable. Funny man, PJ. Okay, guys, moment of truth. If you took this short, LUMN, I mean the high, or sorry, the low right here is that 1120, was it 1123? So it's just a little bit below that, and then the low there is 1106. So, I mean, I'll be super surprised if 11 doesn't hold it. I mean, I'll be happily surprised, but again, I know I'm kind of nagging here, but this is the sort of trade you want to be in. I don't mean just because it's moving down, but look how orderly it is. Look how easy it is to stay in the trade. Okay, I mean, there's no big red bar or green bar knocking you out, and then the next one is red again, and then it's not chopping all over the place. It's orderly, easy to stay in a trade like this. And it's interesting. I mean, there are 24 million shares that Interactive Brokers to short, available to short for LUMN. So people are taking advantage of that. How to get squeezing percentage on a stock? I don't know what you mean by that. We don't have a filter like that, so I don't know what you mean by that. If you're talking about a stock that has a low float and a high short float percent, and that's moving higher, I mean that is, that's a way to maybe potentially look at a squeeze, but we don't have squeezing percentage. Is there a risk of a hedging like right now, like as we speak? I doubt it. As we speak. I mean, look, there's a chance of anything, I suppose, of happening in the world, but the other thing is look how many are in the float. There's a billion shares in the float. All right, so that's another reason why typically you're not going to see wild fluctuations. There's so much in the float, but it's trading 5.5 times normal. So again, you want to follow earnings plays tomorrow? All I've done is I've got my earnings plays up, earnings plays down, and I only take a look at the top ones. Okay, I sort on the position in the day's range. Actually, not sure why LUMN is not showing up there. Must be a filter or something. I saw it there before. Anyway, I saw LUMN in somewhere else anyway, but well, I mean, the fact that you're going to try the simulation, I mean, I don't know advice. I mean, just try it out. The only advice I can say is that if you have, depending on your account size, even though we give you $100,000, don't trade as if you've got 100. If you don't have $100,000 in your account, don't trade like you do. Okay, that's the first thing I would say. Like try to treat it like it's your real account. So if you've got a $10,000 account, you're not, and if you wanted to short this, you wouldn't take 10,000 shares to short this or 5,000, even though in the simulator you could, as an example. Okay, so that's the first thing. Other than that, I don't know what else I can say. I mean, I don't know what you're looking for in trading. Just practice. Take a look at some of the things that we throw around in the ideas in the trading room, and just practice. Practice looking at where you would put a stop But the first thing to do is just take a trade. I mean, just to see what it looks like, how, how to do it. Let's take this trade. I mean, just to see, take 500 shares of this right at the market, buy it, just to show you how to do it. Okay, so there it is. Then you can start following. I would have the max P&L and the today's profit and distance from exit price. I would have these three columns. So you can kind of get a gauge for how good are your exits. Now I'm going to add a stop. Oops. Ah, this was one that I had. Okay, so I have to. Practice, figure out where a stop should be. It's, you're going to have to, you just have to practice, okay? You have to take a look at charts and say, okay, there's where I think there's some support. Like if you looked at this 15-minute chart, that looks like a pretty good support area, right? Right at 611 for CERS. You look at all the action right there. So that if it broke down through that, you probably should be out of the trade, as an example. Well, do you see what I just said? I mean, there are different ways of placing stops. I'm pretty visual, so when I look at a chart, I look to see where there's what I consider a support area. I mean, this to me looks pretty obvious that could be a support area. So if it broke down through that, I should be out. That's only going to come with practice, Antonio. Only going to come with practice. And now this one is now getting through the 200-day. There's no easy answer. Wow, Hood looks like it's going to challenge 70. So when you say BYSI ending the day higher, you mean just higher than it is now? You don't mean taking out the high of the day or the high in the pre-market. Well, actually, what is the high? Okay, let's forget the pre-market. So there's the high right there, I guess. 28.37. Okay, so you're talking about the high of the day, discounting the pre-market. Yeah, so what William is saying, there's the high. Well, I'm gonna stick. Well, actually, there's the high. I guess 28.74. Why not stick an alert up here? That's the high of the day, discounting the pre-market. Yeah, that's it's difficult for me to answer that question, Green Candle, because I'm kind of a different sort of a trader. If I get into something that has an immediate pop and it's a low float, I'll probably take some profit right off the bat. I'm not going to mess around. Depends on the size of the pop, and doesn't mean I take half off or a third off or 10% or 75%. For me, a lot of it is kind of gut feel. Also, of course, where could it keep going? Is it coming into near some resistance close by on any of the higher time frames? Now, a lot of people will do something like this. and this might be something you want to try. Um, so ACY on the way down. So you hear us talk about risk reward. So if you get into a trade, say let's make the math really easy. If you got into a trade at $10 and your stop is at $9.90, not just because you're just said, well, I want to have a 10-cent stop, but you look at the chart, it looks like there's a lot of support at $9.90, 10 cents away. So if it broke down through that, you should be out of the trade. So let's just say your stop is 10 cents away and you're in the stock at $10. Well, of course, before you enter any trade, your expectation, and here's where, it can vary, your expectation should be at least a 1 for 2 risk reward. So if my stop is 10 cents away, I have to be looking at a chart thinking I have a reasonable expectation of making 20 cents on this trade. So again, if I got into a trade at $10 and at 10.05 there's just what I would consider a lot of resistance at 10.05, I wouldn't take the trade. I'm not going to risk 10 cents to make a nickel. Okay? So there's one concept. So let's assume though that you look at the chart, you're in at 10, your stop is at 9.90, and you look at the chart and there appears to be room to say 10.60, 60 cents away. Okay, so you can take the trade. Now, what you can start to do is right on the chart, on the chart, you can start putting what we'll call RR lines. So your first RR line in this particular case would be at 10.20. Okay, that's sort of the minimum that you want to make on this trade, a 1 for 2. And then you could put another one at 10.30 because now that's a 1 for 3. Another one at 40. Okay, sort of see the concept? Just trying to make the math easy. And so if you got up to the 10.20 and it started moving up, and it almost got to 10.30 and then it started to fall and it hit 10.20 again, you might want to take some out. Because you don't want to give up, even though it's not huge profit, you don't want to give up you don't want to give that up and have it just come right back down to 10. Okay? So that is kind of one way you can do it. Another way, Real talks about the 5 ADMA, as long as it doesn't break down below the 5, if you're in a trade, doesn't break down below it, you stay in the trade, things like that. So, there's a lot to it, or can be a lot to it. But I know a lot of people who will use, the RR, just put what I call RR lines. All I'm doing is I'm just putting a markup, like a horizontal line. So I visually know when each RR is being hit. But all bets are off sometimes on a stock that, if I got into some stock with a very low float, like 1.2 million in float, crazy low, right? Say I took this trade and at $28 and it popped immediately, like just immediately to 32. I'd be out so much, probably a lot of it, if it did something like that, because I'd be always worried that it would come right back down. But those are those sort of trades are not for everybody. Another way of doing it is depending on the size of the candle. You get out at the low of the previous 5-minute candle, assuming the setup was good. That's why I'm saying there's no right or wrong way. You just have to practice a few different ways and don't beat yourself up if you get out of something and it keeps moving higher. It's going to happen. That's why a trade like LUMN, there was no exit. No exit yet. I mean, look at the 15-minute chart. Even on the 5, there's just no exit yet. There hasn't been any sort of a pop-up that would make you go, uh-oh. So this is sort of, so I was saying, when you have a nice orderly, I don't mean just the fact that it's down, but look at the size of these candles. Nothing tremendously wide, okay? Don't know. I don't know if Hood had options yesterday. Don't know. Obviously, yeah. See, this is the. There's nothing here. This is a percent. Okay, this is that percent that I use. But it's over the average over the last 10 days. So we don't have 10 days of. Obviously, stock hasn't been around for 10 days. Well, this meme play is certainly not. Maybe they've all fleed GME, and now they're going to pile into Hood. I mean, this is such a big area for to try to hold. The original meme play got the whole thing kickstarted. Crazy. Except, of course, the theory was they all hated Hood. Yeah. Yeah, that was, well, there were so many of them that week. I don't know about kicks. I mean, of course, we're only talking the meme plays from Reddit. I don't know. Maybe it was there before. I don't know a Kickstarter that well, but I know what Kickstarter is. But I don't usually set a daily goal. No. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I will say this. I mean, obviously, waking up to this with Hood and then doing what it did and my being in it, um, I have no anxiety about being in a trade. If I didn't trade today at all, or quite frankly, maybe for the rest of the month, it wouldn't bother me. So maybe I'm a little less aggressive, perhaps. I mean, but this doesn't happen very often, obviously. You too, Zach, Dak. We have Dak and Zach. I would say this, that you should probably have a daily loss max. Okay? I think it's probably more important than a daily max on the gain. Yeah, I'm just looking outside. Doesn't look as smoky today, Dak. I'm in Vancouver, of course. Doesn't look as smoky today. But I don't know what the Okanagan's like. But I think that's more important to have a daily max loss, okay? Because the problem is, you start to lose, and you can really fall into the trap of a lot of revenge trading, trying to get it back. Some days it's just not your day. I mean, it's that simple. You just walk away. Well, Becca, I'm assuming then that if you're able to kind of follow what Real is doing, that you will start putting in some fibs, that we don't have to rely on Real every day. Do it. Like nobody's going to hold you to it. Okay? I mean, it's just do it. Tell us what you see. It's too bad there's just not a way of like auto. I mean, I know the auto is in TradingView, but I guess it's not the same as what Real has. It means you have to draw the fibs every chart, right? And I guess thumbnail it, and so you can kind of keep an eye on it. Exactly, Cam. Well, put them in. Like, don't worry about it, okay? Nobody's going to hold you to it. Well, good call so far, William, on the BYSI. Well, whether it holds, of course, but now this is a new high of the day, discounting the pre-market, of course. So okay, so the extensions are just for stocks that are moving higher, obviously. So just start off with the retrace. You're talking about shorting. So just start off with the retracements, and let's see. All right, guys, BYSI. And literally a tap 30, yes, right on the penny. Another little earnings play. Guess what? Look at the 200-day moving average. WTI sitting right on top of that 200-day moving average. Will it take it out? If it does, I mean, look at this. I mean, what a horrible 20 down 21%. Poor people here thinking, okay, over the few months it's been running, running, running. Okay, so there is the first, as we speak, green candle for LUMN as we speak. Okay, so I've taken some out. I would do it. I would have done it anyway because I mean I'm thinking, you know, that 11 could be could be the tough area for it to get through. Okay, so and again, what was the low? Yeah, so 1106 was the next low looking left, and what did it get to? Got to 1109. So you can just see. Remember I was saying I'd be surprised if it got through 11. Now it may still get through 11, but not smoothly now. Okay, so I'm virtually out of all my position now, based on looking at 11. The minute it started to move off 11, I thought, okay, is my premise correct that it's going to have a tough time? So now, if it stops here and it moves down through 11, yeah, I mean it's got another low here around 1087 and one here. I mean I probably won't do anything more with this, but anyway, just a great trade. I mean just took out that 200-day moving average. I didn't take it there. I waited for that 12 break. I am sure, this is nothing I trade, but I'm sure they've had unbelievable runs. Yeah, I mean, unbelievable. Yeah, you're right. 380 to 419. But you see, it's only up 8%. Haha. Tell me when they're up 100%. I'm kidding, of course, because look down here. Just months ago, this is 100. So there's four times. It is amazing. But even in just the last 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks, counting this week, from 200 to 420. I mean, my goodness. And I haven't even, I know that's their partner, BNTX. Mm-hmm. Same. I'm just amazed. Well, maybe I shouldn't be amazed. Okay, 241 million in the float for BNTX. So yeah, I mean there's your difference. I mean Pfizer has 5 billion shares in the float. And Moderna has 342 million. So you got over a 10 times difference. Well, I don't know now. I mean, it's to me. Yeah, I'm not good at playing these sort of trades. I know what you're saying. It's pulling up. Maybe it stops and moves down again. That's just not my forte. So, whoa, yeah, no kidding. So, Rover, was this a SPAC? Was this a? This looks like was this a SPAC? And somebody tell me this was a SPAC, and this is who they bought, or is this a brand? Was this really an IPO? See if I pet care Rover. Yeah, okay. So this was a SPAC. Okay, so this was a SPAC. You are talking about Works. Yes, this is ringing in my ear over and over and over again. Works. Wow, look at this. I mean, look at the room this one's got. Next high over here is 476. Not saying it's going to get there, but look at the room it's got. Look at the possibilities. But you're in chase sequence right now. That's the problem. Yeah, it'll do it without me. But yeah, unbelievable. I mean, guys, we remember when this all started. I mean, vast fortunes have been made on this stock. I mean, this was just just trying to check a low here. I mean, this was a $3 stock back in November of 2019. So that's about 4 months before the pandemic. So from say 2 to 420, since November of 2019. Okay, guys, hood is still in play. I still think it might try to take out 70. If it takes out 70, you know, they're going to be traders just staring at that high of 85. Here's another one, guys. I mean, this SKLZ, this is one I did not take. I wish I had taken this one also. But the skills, look at skills. What does it look like? Almost like the LUMN. Just the little difference right there, okay? But look at skills. I mean, and this is now almost an all-time low. I think the low is, well, it is an all-time low. Before I say it. Yeah, this is an all-time low now for skills, 1240. We're at 1224. I mean, watch this one tomorrow. I mean, this could easily continue down. Why is anybody going to buy this right now? Again, this was another SPAC, I think. You know, it did pretty well. I mean, it got all the way up to $46. And now, you know, it's down 75% from that level. That's why, I mean, people who swing trade, I don't know how people swing trade. I don't know how they do it. I mean, obviously you pick the right one, like Moderna, okay, but I don't know. It's just not, I'm not geared for it. Yeah, it's an earnings play. That's what I'm saying. So it's had earnings. So at this point, why would anybody buy it? You know, maybe at this point people think, well, maybe, just hope that they're going to come out with something positive. Well, obviously not. It's the reaction is not. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, I mean, NVAX was another one. I remember that one very well. Another really super cheap one. I mean, look at this. I mean, this was sitting around $2. I mean, back here, even at the pandemic. There's the pandemic. This is about a $9 stock. This is right before it, around an $4 or $5 stock. But I remember this also. I remember this popping up to 186 and then right back down to $72. How would you have felt then? Okay. Now, another way of looking at that lumen, okay, I think this is what real might say, L-U-M-N. So you take a look at the, okay, I mean, there's a cross. Actually, there was a cross right there. That actually was a good buy signal right there. Should have been paying a little more attention. Good buy signal right there. Look at that ADMA crossing above the 20 SMA. The cross happened at 11.19, continued. And here is another cross, maybe imminent on the 5, which could even, give you another entry, or more of a. There's a word I want, confirmation. So you're giving up. So the crosses. I mean, yes, the cross will happen, of course, earlier on a 2-minute chart than a 5, but not necessarily is it going to look like that. It may fail. So your confirmation is always on the higher time frames. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'm just following an email discussion that we're having. I call it email. It's not email, of course. It's in our Slack. Okay, we have a late entry. Whoa, BHG. Wow, look at this one. It's a little extended, but BHG just showed up on the scanner, the option scanner. Look at the room it's got. I mean, it got thumped yesterday. This is sort of a rebound play. It got absolutely thumped yesterday. IPO from back here. But the problem is it's just so extended. So even though it's coming in on the option scanner, you got to be careful. I mean, it's so extended. What the best thing that could happen is that it kind of bases just for a little bit. It may not happen though. It may just keep motoring. Yeah, might have been a last gasp. Yeah, for the BYSI. Well, look at it on the 15-minute chart, straight up, right? No base, no nothing. Straight up. I'd like to see something, maybe basing a little bit, but it's extended. Well, guys, there it went. Hood took out 70. Now it's 71, and I guarantee traders are looking at that 185, the 85. I'm not saying it's going to get there. So that's why I was saying, I mean, the best thing that could happen is for it to just kind of base here for even for one bar. It may not though. It just may not do it. Well, I hope you're right. I mean, it's had a fairly orderly increase since down here at 56. Yes. Maz, yes. 8 EMA, 20 SMA, yes. Question in the YouTube room. It's like this is a magnet right here. Well, let's just put a price alert on top, see if I can induce it higher. Well, Holly had a couple of good trades. The problem is that EVK was not shortable for anybody using IB or Interactor brokers. Now, if you had another broker, but I'm told, I think some others said there were no shorts available at Fidelity. Anybody have a broker other than Centerpoint had a broker that had shorts for EVK? And this is what I'm talking about. I mean, here, see, I just induced it higher. Now I'll put 73. Or 73.1. All right. Now I'll put 73.6. I'm just playing around, guys. So yeah, EVK looks good here. I'm just wondering who had shorts for this one. What broker had shorts for EVK? The rhythm was excellent. I mean, this is I should have followed this more closely. Mentioned this in the pre-market. A couple of downgrades. Took a look. Wasn't really moving that much. But once the market opened, this was a very nice short from the AI. Yeah, Cobra. I know Cobra is right up there with Centerpoint. I use the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA. Okay, so the orange line you see here, it's hard to say, let's say the orange line right there, you can see there's a cross actually, but better on the LUMN. I think it was very clear. And it's on all time frames. So that's very clear. You see the orange line is the 8 EMA on the 2-minute chart, and here's the 20 SMA on the 2-minute chart. You see the cross. And that's and here's the cross down here at 11th, so confirmation cross, if you will. 8 EMA on the 20 SMA on the 5-minute chart. All right, guys, 2:08. So I may knock off a little bit early today, maybe around 2:45. I want to go out for a bike ride, and today's my longest day because I have to, but I help out in the Q&A with Dan and Brad at 5 o'clock Eastern. So, and I still have scanning and all that stuff to do. So, but I want to try to somehow fit a bike ride in. Noodles, haven't seen Noodles for a long time. I remember when that IPO'd. Back in, no, I guess I don't remember. I thought this was a fairly recent IPO. 2013. It's done absolutely nothing. Nothing. I mean, it's up to date, great. I know you're just talking intraday, but I mean, it's done really nothing. 10 to 12 for a year now. Yuck. All right, guys. Well, BHG is on the move. I ended up not taking it, but BHG is on the move. A little disappointed in the radio. I'm going to watch. Well, I think it has. Yeah. See, now it's starting to drop like the rest of them. That's why you had to be careful with that REDU. I mean, look at TAL. Look at EDU. I'm sure they're doing the same thing. So we had a little bit of a news that I saw this morning that maybe these would be resurrected somewhat because of. In Wuhan, I mean, the outbreak again, whatever's happening there. So they were suggesting that students would not be able to go back to school, so more online learning, et cetera, et cetera. So maybe there'd be a bounce. And that's, there's no question, there was a bounce based on that little news report. But well, it depends what you mean by done. I mean, obviously, this is a huge area for it to try to hold right here. $67 or so. I think if it broke down through that, I don't know about done, but it certainly the momentum would be over. And I know it's $4 away, but I mean, look how quickly this moves. I will give you the link for the test drive, Kyle. All right, and actually, it's a good time to talk a little bit about the test drive. So if you click on the test drive link, this is what you'll see. Okay, so the test drive starts on Monday, fast approaching. So it starts on Monday. It'll go for 10 trading days, August 9th to August 20th. So for $11.11, you'll get those 2 weeks, 10 trading days, just as if you were a premium subscriber. Okay, but please, it doesn't start till the 9th. So if you sign up today, you're registering early. Okay? And you won't get data until the 9th. Live data until the 9th. Now, typically what happens is that maybe about an hour or two after the close on Friday, you'll actually have access to the program. Okay? And then you can play around with it all weekend. Oh, for the balance of Friday and for Saturday and Sunday. You know, I've got scans to share, layouts to share, things like that. So you can get yourself set up. And again, 11:11. Now, once the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. Okay? You don't have to unsubscribe. We don't put you into a subscription when the test drive is over. So don't worry. And but you know, if you do decide you want to take out a subscription, we'll have a nice promo code for you. If you have our standard service right now and you want to try the premium looking mainly like this is what we're excuse me, this is why people want to try it out usually, get access to the AI. You can do so, and we'll charge you the 1111 for those 2 weeks. And let me just go over the information on my home page. Because if you're going to take the test drive, you should try to familiarize yourself with certain aspects of trade ideas, okay? Rather than just come in completely new, not knowing really what's going on. So if you click on my homepage link, okay, when you click on my homepage link, this is what you'll see. Obviously, if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's where you can do it with a promo code. But I just want to direct your attention to the education section. So again, if you're going to take out if you're going to take the test drive, you should familiarize yourself by taking a look at the 20 lessons, okay? Talks about, you know, what is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, all the way down to, you know, the AI, we nicknamed it Holly, Brokerage Plus, okay? So a lot of the basic features are explained there. And if you scroll down a little bit more, you get to the educational videos, watch the videos, and, you know, getting started. Starting trade ideas from scratch, okay? So we have some videos here. So please, if you're going to, you know, if you want to really take advantage of it, you should have some basic knowledge of the program before you start the test drive. If you're just new to trade ideas, though, you know, this is an excellent way to get started too. And all you have to do is save my link. You save my link, then you can look at all this whenever you want. So again, with my link, you also get the trade of the week. So this trade of the week is free. Oops, trade of the week is free. This stock of the day video that I do is free. Looking at all the education is free, okay? The only thing that costs, my scans. And so, you know, if you wanted to start off with my layout, you know, for the test drive, you know, here's a link to my layout as an example. And I have other individual scans that I've created for you. So save the link and then you can look at all this whenever you want. And you too, Sir Thomas. All right, well, we got a couple of topping tails now for the hood. On the 15-minute chart, a couple of topping tails, one big, one kind of small. Now breaking down under 70. That could be it for a while anyway. And that key area, again, key area right here. Right around 60, 67 or so. Not far away, and the way this moves, I mean, that could take that out like nothing. I have some left. I mean, I don't have much. I mean, there's no way I could. I have some left just in case it does something absolutely insane. But you know, I'm in. I mean, I sold some yesterday too. But I mean, you know, what did I get in at? Say my average yesterday was around 40 because I took some over the IPO price of 38, and then I took some over when it hit when it took the high out of the first day. And then I traded some out right about here. And it's hard to see. Right about here, I think. No, right here, I think. Can't remember exactly, but then that move at the end of the day convinced me to hold it. I can't really lose. I mean, the amount I have left, I mean, it could go to zero and I'd still be fine. So. Ah, all right. I like it, Becca. Let's see if that. And what are you using TradingView to draw? And on a 30-minute chart. Okay. So I've got TradingView, and there it is, but it's just too bad it can't be done some way automatically. See, I see some, you know, a little modest support right here on the 2-minute chart, right around, what was your level? 907? Where did you put that? 901. Okay, I see a little bit of support right around here on that 2-minute chart, maybe. What made me believe? A gut feel. You know, those who were trading it who would push it to that magic number. Just a gut feel. Nothing more. There was nothing based on any science or fibs or, you know, it's just a magic number. Well, if it pops, we better fire Becca. And of course, I'm kidding. No, I like it. I like it. I mean, it's good to see. I mean, listen, this it's popping a bit, but not much. Is it alive again? I know somebody had this, Dak, or somebody had this one. Oh, okay, yeah, but it's below. I thought it was popping from the highs. Wow, another look at that, another disaster earnings play. WMC is showing up on my option scanner on the way down, and there's a support. I mean, way down here is a support. Take a look left here to see. Man, there's no support for this. I mean, look at the weekly chart. Nothing looking left. Nothing, of course, on the daily. WMC, another disaster. Just a minute, please. That's the bat phone. Yep, old school. All right, guys. Well, we're winding down now. I say I might shut down at quarter two, if that's okay. Well, it certainly worked well on that cross. There's no question about it. That lumen, it worked extremely well on that, just on the 2 minute cross. I mean, look at it, 11:18, and even on the 5 minute cross, 11:33. I mean, it's not quite as dramatic. Well, let's see how much it's reversing though. I mean, it looks like it's trying to come back down again. I mean, what you'd like to see is 917, 901, and then the big break, obviously. Well, we'll be relying on you also because Real only wants to work 3 hours a day, so you can take over. Zach. Look how Hood so far held. Look what it did, guys. Remember I was saying this is the level that if it broke down through that, it could be over for a while anyway. So look what it did. Where did it get down to? 67.75, the low. What's the low here? 67.43. These so these are that's kind of the low right there. The bases or the low of the bodies of these candles, right around that level, and that's exactly where it touched. For now, that is held. For now. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I am now back. Sorry about that. All right, guys. Well, as we're winding down, and again, now's a good time to ask questions. If you have any questions before I do shut the room down. Yeah, I saw ATHE in the pre-market. And not sure a stock like that really depends on the market, though. ATHE. Yeah, glad you liked it, Mustang. Yeah, so an ATHE, I don't believe really, it doesn't really matter what the market's doing. Still getting this stupid no data to display. So there were a lot of things in the pre-market. I could only see a headline, but I couldn't see it. I couldn't see anything more than just a headline. Is there any other way? I don't know if that's a zooming. I'm using my left arrow key on my keyboard. I don't know if that's exactly the same. Let's just see. So I've left clicked on the chart and now I'm using my left arrow on the keyboard. I don't know if that's zooming or just moving it back. Let me find another one. Yeah, I don't think that's really zooming. That's just yeah, I guess not. Go ride my bike. Go fly a kite. Okay, guys. Yeah, I think I will wrap it up now. I mean, listen, I'll stay if there are some questions. It's not like I have to get out of here, but I mean, if there's some questions, I will stick around. No problem. Otherwise, we'll do this all starting again tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Yeah, not a lot of new stuff that came in here. Sometimes, you get some big jumpers or ones that were kind of big at the beginning of the day, and then they sort of become dormant for a while, and then all of a sudden they start to whip. Didn't see too many like that. All right, guys, I think I will wrap it up. So thanks a lot for all of the help. Can't wait to see what tomorrow brings. So I'm going to shut the room down now. Have a great evening, everybody. And as I say, I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Take care. Bye-bye. Thank you, Cristino.